park out here where I can get a little peace of mind. Because the last 2 days off apparently weren't enough. Welcome back, Susan. I get the feeling if I go back to the park tomorrow, he'll be there and he'll ask me if I want to work. And I don't know how. Like, I want to work, but I got some conditions on it. I'm not going back tomorrow to deal with more of the same. Like, there's no way I'm going back there unless he's come to some understanding that he didn't have today when I was there. Like, he's gonna have to tell me something that made him change the way he's thinking. Because I just can't do it anymore. Like, asking for him to change the fundamental way he thinks. I just, like, look, you know, you ever have somebody hire you to do a job they can't do, and then they sit there and tell you how to do it? That's essentially what I'm dealing with. And he needs to come to the realization that he's having me do this because he doesn't fucking know how. And I'm not trying to, like, point out how stupid he is. but I'm also not trying to be as stupid as him and deal with all the frustrations of his stupidity. That, like, I have a brain, I'm supposed to use it, and he's not letting me. His stupidity in the way of my craftsmanship, and I just can't take it anymore. Like, it's just the same guy that drove around for the first month I knew him in a car that had no turn signal or brake lights in the back and thought it was no big deal because he didn't want to spend the $130 to order the light fixture, the broken light fixture on the back of his van. Like, dude, like, it's gonna cost you a lot more than $130 when you get pulled over, or worse. Like, the best thing that could happen is they get pulled over. The worst thing is some big, huge semi rear ends him and he's dead. And his insurance has to pay the semi driver for his trauma. It's like, dude, how long did we drive like this for all this time? You're risking my life because you don't want to freaking get a light fixture? It's not that he can't afford to. It's that he's a fucking miser. Went to the flea market and bought a turn signal. You know those turn signals you stick on a trailer? He bought one of those for a couple dollars and tried to wire it in. I'm like, that doesn't work. It has one light bulb in it, and you have 3 different circuits on your car for brake lights, turn signals, headlights, running lights. Like, oh my God, dude. Backup light. All that's combined in one fixture in a car. And 2 of them are on a negative switch, so the polarity's reversed on them. You can't just hook them up to the other same signals. You can't have one light doing the task of all those different lights. So I finally talked him into ordering the fixture for his van, but he didn't believe I could fix it. And it's like, man, 2 months after I told him I could fix his turn signal if he'd order the light, you know, he finally got the dang thing. And it's always the same. It's every day is just dealing with this freaking convincing him that he's trying to. The guy end up spending $1,000 trying to save a dime. That's what's going on. He's too cheap to do shit right the first time. And too stubborn to let me get it even close to right when we have the right stuff to do it. Oh man, what a day. I didn't even get started before I'm already pulling my hair out and walking out and cussing. Didn't even get one fucking piece of wood cut before he's trying to undo all the work. He's trying to undo this morning, trying to undo all the work I spent hours doing yesterday, or Friday rather. You know, and the day before, like the last 3 days of work, as a matter of fact, he's trying to undo today. Because he's fucking too stupid, I guess, to remember what we went through yesterday to put that together. Or Friday. I keep saying yesterday. You know, so goddamn frustrating. So in the interest of preserving my sanity, I walked the fuck out and quit. I just didn't have the patience for it this morning. You know what gets me is, I got up there this morning. Every day since summer started, since winter ended, I've been telling him, hey, we could get started early. And he always agrees with me, but he never actually shows up early. Or when he does, he does something before, like, and he won't answer his phone. He'll call me, and if I miss it by half a second and call him right back, he won't answer. It's a one-way phone thing where he expects me to answer him whenever he calls, but he never has a phone on him when I call. So I quit answering to him. I'm like, I don't answer the phone anymore. What's the point? You know, so now he says he doesn't have a phone. He broke his phone. Okay, well. Yeah, David. Well, I agree. There's nothing wrong with a little kid thinking that wants to pretend to be a dog. Nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with a kid putting a cape on and pretending he's Superman and he can fly. That's normal. Okay, what's wrong is when the parents start feeding them out of a doggy bowl and having them sleep in the kennel and play along with it. Like, the parents are supposed to be the ones that are supposed to say, no, that cape won't make you fly. You cannot jump off the roof today. You know? Yeah, well, David, that's not a problem of free speech. That's a problem of having generations of... Our schools are actually indoctrination centers, not education centers. And that's the problem. It leads back to this whole thing of our elections are rigged. Our elections are rigged. Our elections are rigged. I'll say it again. Our elections are rigged. They always have been. They have since your entire lifetime. And that is the root of the problem. It's not free speech. That's what I'm telling you. The solution is not more fascism and censorship. The solution is to get rid of the money influence in our elections. I don't think you're listening. I think you're so stuck on you're so fixed on your political agenda you're trying to push that you're not listening to what I'm saying. And that makes me think that you're like one of these government trolls that's just here to push the political agenda to make things worse. Either that or you're just brainwashed. But the dumbest thing you said, trying to tell us that we need more censorship, we have too much freedom of speech, there's something wrong with you. Either you recant that, or you're stupid, or you're a government troll trying to push propaganda. But you're not reasoning. It's not logic. And Dick, I just walked out of work because I couldn't deal with a stupid cunt at work. And so if you're gonna be a stupid cunt here, I'm gonna just get rid of you. Like normally I'd talk to you, but you're not reasoning, and I'm getting frustrated. Okay, yeah. See, I don't want to boot you, David, because I feel like you're not a troll. I feel like I'm just really frustrated today from going to work and dealing with that retarded cunt. He's a fucking libtard. And no, I'm ignoring your statement because you're scrolling and spamming my chat so fast. I'm like not even done making a statement, and every statement you're making is just like showing me that you're not even listening to what I'm saying. You're just preaching. Like, no, I'm not misinterpreting your statement. I'm not taking it in the wrong direction. You took it in the wrong direction. I'm trying to correct you. And you're too busy trying to preach to me to listen. Okay, David, I want you to never say that again until you just get your head out of your ass. I believe we need the opposite thing with social media. We need less censorship. And I would like to be able to tell those retards that they're being retarded without getting kicked off of Facebook forever. No, David. I'm saying you're a stupid cunt for saying that. And you need to fucking shut the fuck up and listen. Please don't type another fucking thing till I make my point, okay? Because if you type another motherfucking thing, I'm going to block you forever, okay? Now listen. If you claim the right to censor false information, you're giving someone the authority to decide what's false. And that is not freedom. That's the exact opposite. That's fascism, you fucking stupid cunt. You can't give anybody the authority to tell us what to think, dude. What the fuck is wrong with you? All right, I can't have you here. If you're preaching censorship is the only way, you have to go, dude, because you're spreading bullshit. You're the one spreading misinformation, you stupid fucking cunt. And you're over here saying I'm not contributing to the progress. You're the one trying to take us back to the Stone Ages, you fucking retard. Go away. You know what? Shut the fuck up and listen, or go away, because you got a lot to learn, buddy. No, you know what? I'm already done dealing with stupid cunts today. I already just quit my job. I was getting paid to deal with a stupid cunt, and I quit. So I'll be goddamned if I'm going to sit here and deal with your stupid cunt ass. That guy can't even be real. I want to censor for freedom. What a retard. Going to tell me that we can't go forward without more censorship? What a Cupid stunt. Normally I'd entertain that stupidity just to prove how much I believe in free speech, but his freedom of speech is his freedom to go on his own platform, create his own YouTube, and preach all the stupid shit he wants. And our freedom is to either watch or not watch. But just like, you know, if you're preaching to my viewers that they're going to hell, I'm going to boot you out for that too. You know, yeah, I don't think anybody really believes what he was saying. I'm pretty sure. I don't think he's just a troll either. I think he's a fucking paid propagandist. Because he's like, nobody would say that stupid shit unless they were getting paid to say it. That's like the congressman telling us that we can't go all solar, we can't use any more solar energy because we might use up all the sun. Remember that? Who was that congressman that said that there's only so much sun, and if too many people use solar, we might run out of sun power? It's like fucking for virginity. Censoring for freedom is like fucking for virginity. It's stupid. It's like bombing for peace. Actually, bombing for peace makes more sense than censoring for freedom and progress. Yeah, I don't know. And what's weird is I expect a fucking retarded libtard to think that way, not a conservative. He was talking from the conservative side. I'm like, damn, I'll bet you're a Bible thumper too, aren't you? Just another Cupid stunt. No, what's going on is he's trying to hone in on my viewers, because no one's gonna go listen to all right, Donald Smith, you're a conservative libtard. I don't believe you. You haven't shown me libtardation yet. Okay, like I could believe you're somewhat. I'm a conservative liberal, because I see a lot of good points on the conservative side and a lot on the liberal side. Hi, I'm taking off, Audrey. And thanks for joining us and for putting up with my ranting and raving and my cussing and all that. But yeah, I've always considered myself more left until pretty much about the time Obama got in office. And they took the left wing and shifted the middle so far to the left that I was left on the right side of things. And I didn't move. Like, my political views did not move. The politics in Washington shifted so far left that I was left outside of range of lefty, and I was left of center before that. That's what happened. And so I don't consider them left or liberal. I consider them libtard. There's a difference. It's just like the right. That idiot I just kicked out of here was probably a Trump-tard. It's the same thing. It's the same disease on the opposite end of the stick. Like, you can be a Peter Puffin libtard, or you can be a racist Trump-tard. And it's my opinion that both sides are molesting children. Neither side wants to expose the Epstein files. See, this is not our Congress wants us to think this is a left versus right thing, and it's not. It's a Epstein class versus the normal people thing. It's the class of people that are so entitled they believe that they can eat our children with impunity. And they are. And it's not even, I don't believe it's even a thing of, yeah, for some of them it's sexual, but for a good portion of them it's just a power and control thing. And at this point, it's pretty clear to me that everyone in our government is corrupt. Everyone, from the president down to every elected official is corrupt. Every single one. Every city, every court, every freaking city police department, they're all corrupt. All of them. And we're just trying to figure out whether they're left-wing corrupt or right-wing corrupt. But I mean, if you're into any kind of pattern recognition, it's pretty clear to see that every law they passed in my lifetime has been not by the people for the people, but by the corporations for the corporations at the expense of the people. Every single time. And that's what we got. Our elected officials, they represent corporations. And that's only possible if our vote doesn't matter. That tells us we're not being represented. Well, what happened to no taxation without representation? They're literally spraying us with deadly chemicals and neurotoxins and telling you can't go to work until you get this injection that's not tested. Oh, and by the way, we gave the corporation that made it some immunity in case anyone gets hurt. Yeah, it's just more and more fascism. It goes, you know what? It goes back further than this. It goes all the way back to Woodrow Wilson. That's when our elections started getting rigged. Back when it started when they first passed the first time a law was passed that allowed banks total control over our government. And ever since then, every law Congress has passed has been to subvert our freedoms and further the corporations, to take money and wealth and land and power from the individual voters. Autonomy, even our autonomy. Well, you know, the people who want to use our tax dollars to fund drag shows in Pakistan, I think we should take them and round them all up and send them to do a drag show in Pakistan. And the people that want to fight for Palestine, you send them to Palestine. Give them a ticket to Jordan. The whole Transjordan area, just drop them off over there somewhere and say, you're in Palestine. Welcome to Palestine, wherever that is. Because where is Palestine? Anybody know? See, we'd send them there, but we don't know where the fuck Palestine is. Anybody know where Palestine is? Everybody, all the libtards keep saying free Palestine. Where is Palestine? Get on a map and look up Palestine and see where it is. Sleepy Times videos. Ding, 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 ding. You win the prize. So who are these libtards trying to free when they say free Palestine? You don't see the libtards showing signs, like flying signs, free Palestine? Well, I'm down for, if there's some oppressed people of Palestine, I am totally down for going to Palestine and liberating Palestine from their oppressors. So I just want them to show me, where is Palestine, so we can go her. Oh, wait, you telling me we already liberated them? Yeah, we can. You know what? I'm going to wipe out the oppressive government of Palestine. Bam, there, it's done. They're gone. Now the people can do what they want. They can go into the neighboring countries and join whichever country they feel is appropriate for their beliefs. Oh, wait. Oh, wait, that's already happened. Do I poop in the shower? You gotta go, troll. Okay, you got my curiosity up, Jeremy. What are you gonna tell us what drag stands for? No, Palestine is not in the Bible either. Unless you're referring to the Bible where it mentions Philistines, the Philistines. But like 2,500, 2,800 years ago, whatever, that empire was conquered. It had nothing to do with modern Jews. It's funny how you want to call the modern Jews occupiers while they're saying free Palestine. And occupiers are a bunch of Palestinians that want to wipe out the Jews. You know, I'm not necessarily thrilled with Bibi or all the actions of that country, but you got to ask yourself, how insanely psycho would you be if your existence were threatened? Like if your kids could not go to school because you're surrounded by enemies who want to wipe you out off the face of the earth. You know, like, if you look at what is Palestine, well, it's a bunch of Muslims that want to murder Jews and Christians and any unbeliever. And yeah, you think it's, man, if you're any, you know what the dumbest thing is? People believing that Islam is not a threat to our way of life, to freedom and democracy and women's liberation and your homosexual movement. Like all of that you will not have if you fight for Islam, you fucking retard. There's people actually here in America saying that Muslims should be able to practice Sharia law. And like, we got people asking, should we outlaw Sharia law here? Is that wrong? And my answer to that is, you fucking idiot. Sharia law is already outlawed. Read the Constitution and then read the Sharia law, and you'll see where the two conflict. The two cannot coexist within the same government because one is contrary to the other in every kind of way. So if you're fighting for Sharia law in America, you are a traitor to your country, you fucking retard. Stop doing it. Everything our ancestors fought, killed, and died for, you're trying to undo. You idiot. Please stop. We don't need a new law to outlaw Sharia law. We need to just enforce the law we already have, that by its nature is against Sharia law. You who are fighting for Sharia law, no more abortions, no more drag shows, homosexuality gets your head cut off. Women's lib, forget it, that's gone. Women can no longer speak in public, especially against a man, and probably won't be showing their faces. And like, you really, is that the where you get beheaded for believing differently? In America. Yo, that's what you're asking for when you ask for Sharia law here. It's the same thing. Do you remember the Holy Inquisition? The Spanish Inquisition, the witch trials? It's just as bad, only worse. Anytime you allow, in fact, the First Amendment makes Sharia law illegal. The First Amendment guarantees your right to freedom of speech, freedom of expression, freedom of the press. And Sharia law takes all that away. Do you see? They don't wash with each other. You are removing the very first of all the most important amendments. Freedom of speech, freedom of religion. Listen, our founding fathers, even the religious ones, don't let them tell you that this country was built on Christian values. No, that's not true. Even the Christian founders said that our government will never have any right to say anything about to make religious laws. Congress shall make no law respecting an establishment of religion, abridging the right of the people to read the first 10 amendments of the Constitution. If you don't know any other part of the Constitution, read the first 10 amendments. The first one, freedom of speech, expression. Don't just read the Google summary of them. Like, get the actual full entire document and read it. It's really important that you understand those 10 amendments and why the founders found, even if, okay, at the time of their writing, black people weren't considered, black people and women weren't given a consideration in the making of laws. But that doesn't make those laws, it wasn't a matter of changing the laws. It was a matter of recognizing what was written. See, in the beginning, they said that all men are created equal. In the Constitution, it just took years for us to agree that black people are men and that women are also part of men. That humanity is what they meant when they said all men. Like whatever color or gender. And it just took us a while to agree to that. But it was already written in the original Constitution that we're all free. And so we don't need to change that. We need to recognize it and enforce it. Oh, no, I'm not sane. Oh, I'm just one of the smartest people in Florida. I'm absolutely not sane. I don't think I would have survived this long if I was sane. But, it's like people ask me, where did you grow up? Like, I wasn't aware that I have ever done such a thing. Like, what do you mean? Do you see? I'm living in a canoe, and you're accusing me of having grown up. Like what? I'm literally living, and I'm cruising the coast of Florida in a homemade sailing canoe. Let no one accuse me of having grown up. I have no retirement. I have no pension. I have no insurance. I'm not on government assistance. I don't get food stamps. I'm not on any of that. And no, I didn't go down to Mississippi on it. But I've been down to Chattahoochee, and I've been on the Silver Springs and what's the big one in Florida, the one that goes north, the St. John's. I just did like most of the St. John's River. I started in Lake Monroe and did that portion of St. John's from Lake Monroe in Sanford all the way to Jacksonville, and then down the entire East Coast to Stewart, and then across the entire state to the West Coast through Lake Okeechobee. And I've done all this without a job, without any income, without a trust fund, like just on people helping me out and me helping people out. He's going to Florida in a canoe. Did he have a YouTube channel, Donald? Like, why didn't you keep in touch with him? How are we supposed to know if he made it or not? You went down to Mississippi a few years back. He was going down to Mississippi to Florida? Damn, that's kind of dumb. In a canoe? I'd have to see the canoe to say it's dumb. You've been camping for over 8 years now? Where are you at? What are you on foot? Backpacking or car? What's up, Donald? You have a truck and a tent. Okay. Okay, well, if you have a truck, I was gonna say get your ass down here, but you have a truck, and you can't, you can't be like, I don't want to say like, you can either have a truck camping, you can go truck camping or RV camping or even car camping, or you can be, okay, I shouldn't say that. Um, Now you need to come down in the winter, but you need to come down here. I know. Yeah, that's why when you come down, you have to buy a yearly pass to the parks, to the state parks. You come down in the winter with a gold pass, and all you got to do is figure out where you can park your vehicle in a parking lot and leave it for like an extended period. Also, there's a canoe, kayak, or boat launch. Ah, okay. See, because the problem with somebody that has a vehicle is you gotta, oh, damn. Oh, you're active duty? An active duty member traveling with me, that would definitely get you on a watch list. You sure you want to hang out with me, buddy? uh, I mean, it'd be okay, because I'm not planning to take over the world or nothing, but damn, man. Uh, no, I'm just thinking, no, the biggest issue is trying to figure out, like you either do the boat thing or the land thing, but you don't really do both unless you're rich. Let me put it that way. Because sail cruising, your car ends up being this anchor that you have to drive it to where you're sailing to and then get a ride back and then get in your boat and sail it to where you're going, and then you have a car. It's better to have a sailboat with a little fold up electric scooter and a couple extra solar panels and inverter to charge that bitch. And you know um, you just kind of sit out the rainy days in your boat or find work inside, and you hunker down for rainy days, and you go by the weather there too, just like camping. But when you go to shore to get supplies, you got like a little fold up scooter with a crate in the back that you could put a 5-gallon jug in, maybe a couple water jugs or some groceries on the floorboard, and that's it. Like, the biggest struggle sail cruising is, before you leave here, you got to look at where you're going. You got to look at what's the range of your vessel and what kind of weather can it, like, you need some safe anchorage in the area within that range, and a place to go to shore where you can get water, groceries, fuel, parts, whatever you might need, any kind of supplies, you know and all that has to be within walking distance or range of your scooter or whatever you have, bicycle. And near Tampa, that's not really technically legal unless it's under 16 feet. And you don't want a floating shed, man. Look, the whole point of this vessel, the way it's built, listen to this. This vessel is the exact length that if I have a motor on it, I'm required to have registration. But if I remove the motor and it's just sail power or paddling, it's short enough to not require registration. It's wide enough to be as wide as I can need to sail, but it's narrow enough to fit on a standard trailer to go overland without a wide load sign or a special permit to haul it. Okay? It's short enough that I can remove the masts and ride straight under just about any bridge out there without, I can detach the masts instead of calling for a bridge tender. Okay? It's real quick and easy to rig and unrig it. Has telescoping masts so I can adjust the height to different heights. And I have multiple masts so I can schooner rig it. So I can sail it, I can paddle it, I can ride currents, or I can motor it. And I can run it with or without registration, depending on whether it's motored or not. Right now, it's registered, and I registered it. It's all legal, but it's just the point of if something ever happens. Like actually this year, when I went to register it, I had fines that they wouldn't let me register it until I got these fines taken care of. So then I had to go set up this payment plan for these fees I owed the courts, and I'm like, shit. Okay. And it was a good thing. It was like, even after I got it paid for, it took me a while because I'm hundreds of miles home, and I have to get the registration sent to my home and then sent to me where I am. And, it's like, by the time I could have got a ticket, if I'd have been out there motoring or the sheriff came by and saw the sticker expired, rather than get a ticket, I just pull the motor off and it's legal. It's like, yeah, registration's expired, but it's not required registration. Primary propulsion is sails, and there is no mechanical propulsion. Boom, it's legal. Okay, and then the sticker arrives in the mail, clean off the side and get it stuck on there. And put the motor back on. Boom. You see? I made it to where if there's any issue, a lot of times cruising around here, getting that sticker is an issue because you're miles and miles from home. Think about it. Sail cruising, your registration expires and you're 1,000 miles from home. Just pull the motor till it gets there. Get somewhere where you can get some mail, of course, and then you're fine. Or what about when the drawbridge is down and they don't have power? There was a hurricane. The power's out for the city. You can't get through the bridge. Call the bridge tender. He's not there. They didn't have, they may not let you sail through. Well, for me, it's not a problem. A motorboat's not a problem. I got the best of both worlds. I just drop the mast, cruise under, and put it back up. Go on about my day. That could be the difference between whether that neighborhood, So I put a lot of thought into how I was going to design this boat to do all these things and fit me in here. And it's also designed to be super minimum, but also be able to be improved as I get funds and the necessary tools to do it. And I was really excited about coming here because I thought, man, this dude is the perfect situation where I met this dude that he needs all this work done. I knew in the back of my mind, this is going to end up with me having all these tools to work with and some shop area. And I'll be able to build some shit to like improve my channel and do some cool shit for my boat, and like, you know, and I have, man. I redid the whole deck on the front since I've been here. I rebuilt the whole canopy, and I built a little air chiller here that I don't quite have enough power to push, but I can cool myself off on the worst of the hot days. Nah, I'm not gonna apologize. I don't expect he will either. See, I don't care about all that. I don't care about all that. What I care about is that I don't go crazy. And like, I'm just gonna listen. I'm just gonna go there and listen. And if the first thing out of his mouth when he sees me is, you know, as soon as you left and I started looking at what I was doing, I realized that I was going in the wrong direction. And you were right. I don't even want an apology. I just want to hear how dumb of him. That I just want to hear that he saw that he was doing the wrong thing and why. I don't even want to hear if he. I don't even care if he explains why. Yeah. You don't understand though. This is not the first time I've lost my freaking cool with this dude. And it keeps on happening because he doesn't get it. It keeps on happening because, look, what's going on is he wants to assert his authority over this job as the homeowner. But he doesn't understand how tiresome it is for the craftsman to be constantly told by the homeowner how to do the job that he's like. The homeowner's job is not to explain how to do carpentry. The homeowner's job is to tell the skilled tradesman what he wants it to look like when it's done, and get him the materials and what he needs to get it done right. No, it's not about my need for validation, Donald. It's about my need to not be standing there at the end of the day looking back and having undone all the work we done and not be able to close it before the storm hits the insulation and destroys all the work. Okay, right now, if he took that wall apart, I guarantee you he ain't getting it back together without some help from a skilled tradesman before that storm hits him. And that means all that insulation, he either pulls it out and stuffs it somewhere where it keeps it dry, and then the inside walls of his house get wet. Or, do you see what I'm getting at? Like, he's trying to damage this and create a huge, big, massive fuck up. And I refuse to be a part of it. Okay? And if tomorrow, he should realize tomorrow what a huge fuck up he was trying to do. Because he's literally with his fucking stupid ham fist trying to rip apart the work that I spent hours getting right yesterday. Just to see why it was the way it was, even though we already, we've been over it 12,000 fucking times. Like the days before, like the last week. No, he don't need to do dumb shit to keep me working. There's plenty more work to do. That's the problem. I'm trying to get some shit done. Now we want to look at back at the end of the day and be like, man, that's so much better than it was. I don't want to look back and go, holy fuck, what did we do this for? When we did it last week. We had that wall apart last week. That's what I'm saying. Like, oh my God, dude. Look, if he wants to rip that whole wall apart, fine, but he needs to go buy all the siding to put it back together before he rips it apart. Like a couple months ago, he told me he was going to print out some flyers to get some people bringing some engines for me to fix, because I'm good with engines. And I'm like, no. Why not? I don't have a working shop. Well, you have all the tools. Yes, but look in there. And he looks in there. I'm like, I can't even step in there around all this shit. Like, it's going to take me a month of organizing this area and another month of fixing the front of the property and giving the customer somewhere to park and where to load the generator in and out. And I need, like, and I'm like, I'm not calling customers to this place. Like, I would take a bag of tools and go to their house, or I would call them to this. It fucking smells like dead rats over here. Like, and there's piles of shit I gotta climb over to get to some tools. Like, there's more work climbing to find the tools I need to do something than there is to do the fucking job. I can't fucking start a business like that and make money. You out of your mind? No. Well, he does see that. Like 2 months after I say it, it finally dawns on him. Oh, yeah, you're right. You know? And that's why I'm so frustrated. Every time we argue, I don't know if it'll be an hour from now, 2 hours from now, 2 days from now, 2 weeks from now, 2 months from now, or 6 months from now, when he'll finally realize you were right. Oh, I wouldn't argue with him about it if I wasn't right. It's not my fucking home. I don't care how it looks when it's all done. I just want to get something done. And I don't want it all fucked up and wrong with my name on it. Oh, man. I hope, against all hope, that when I left there, he just put that panel back. It might take him all day to get that covered, but just kind of button it back up there and try not to screw it up. It's really thin paneling. He didn't get the full-size shit that's on there. And he doesn't understand, like, this whole wall has OSB board behind it. So in order to get this panel that's thinner than the one that's on there to match up with that face, you have to either have it offset with some trim or you have to use furring strips. And last week we agreed that it's easiest just to stick a furring strip. We got stacks of them back there. So this whole wall we did. I did this entire wall from the corner out, and the last panel, and then the very tail end of the one before it were not, they needed to be furred out. The rest is fine. Okay? So, Mike, there's no telling what rotten shit you're gonna see if you open that OSB board up. I'm trying to tell him, you're opening a can of worms you don't want to open right now. There's a storm coming. And I'm like, dude, all I got to do is tack a few more furring strips and we can put this panel on, and then it's ready to paint. It'll be just flush with that. It'll be perfect. So he just insists. So I'm like, okay, let me show you. I'll take this last panel off so he can see the furring strip. I'm like, see that furring strip? How it is? How it's got it, the end of this board just like the rest of it? I got to just put a few more down here. And he goes, he looks at it and he goes, why is the bottom sticking out higher than the top? I'm like, because it's there to fur the wall out. That's what a furring strip does. Like, and how the fuck did this idiot get an engineering degree? Like, please just go in the house and let me do this fucking wall before it storms. We only have till 2. And I gotta get this done and grab some groceries and get home before it storms. Like, holy fucking crap, holy dude. And I just said, look, man, if you start pulling that wall apart, you can put it back together yourself. I'm not gonna do it. And he said, fine, let me take you home. I said, dude, you are not listening to me. Because you don't want to work, and I guess you're not ready to work today. And I was like, no, you're not listening to me. And he goes, you're right, I'm not listening to you. Get in the van. I said, no, fuck you. I don't need your ride home. I'll walk. Oh, man. But I think it's just me, because I did the same thing to the richest man in Ybor City. I told him no. And I said, get someone else if you... He insisted, and I said, no, you will have to get someone else. He had a 200-year-old work of art, hand-carved bar from a saloon from 200 years ago. With the entire village scenery carved into it by hand by some craftsman. And he wanted me to cut it in half to install it in his hotel. And I said, no. There's room where you want it. Bring it off from the wall and put the swinging door at the end. And we put some wine racks above, a little mirror behind it, put the 2 columns on the ends. I'm not cutting it in the middle. Are you nuts? And so he went and got a stupid carpenter to cut it down the middle. Sent me back to work on the rest of the place. And I said... So I went over to his wife and daughter. I said, you got to stop him. and he's going to cut that bar in half. The 200-year-old bar from the storage, he's about to get somebody to cut it in half. And she said, what? And I said, yeah, go stop him. He wouldn't listen to me. And she went, Mom! And but his wife and daughter shut him down. They went and pulled the rug right out from under him. And he's one of the most powerful men in Ybor City, but his wife got the pussy control, and his daughter is his princess. Like his whole world is for his daughter, so he can't tell his daughter no. It's like, dude, if you won't listen to me, I'll try his wife and daughter. They're over there. I don't talk to them normally, but because I'm just the carpenter. But as the carpenter, I feel I should point out to you that your dad's about to go fuck some shit up. I'm like, that bar is gonna outlast this hotel. Oh man. No, it turned out the funny thing is it turned out I didn't build it, but it turned out the way I described. I didn't tell his wife or daughter how I wanted it. I told him. And it ended up turning out just like the way I described. Oh, you want to hear something else funny that I offered to do some artwork for him, and he told me he wanted. Yeah, I mean, he made it so complicated because I didn't have a name in the industry. He made it so complicated. I was just like, never mind. Let your artist do it. So he gets this freaking artist to do this, and you know what he did? The artist, the well-known artist in town that he got to do a painting for him, 20 by 30 or something like that. Maybe it was like 30 by 40. He did a beautiful painting, but it was like a bunch of nudity in it. And this is for a public hotel front foyer. And I'm like, first thing before opening day, he brings me over to this painting because he knew, I was into art. And he's like, what do you think, Scott? And I looked at it and I was like, yeah, it looks like some nice looking smut. I said, he was like, oh, and I was like, yeah, I think you should put that in the cigar bar downstairs and then put something that's more like family oriented here. And he just ignored me. Invited the mayor and the basketball team. Shaquille O'Neal was there, and the mayor. And he brings them in the front foyer of the hotel and shows them this beautiful painting. And the mayor said it looks like smut. Hey, but don't listen to me. I'm just a carpenter. I'm like, I like the art, but it belongs in the cigar bar, not in the front foyer of a... It's like, what are you doing here? There's going to be some wives and kids coming in that are not going to be thrilled to see that in their faces. And then, but down in the bar, nobody's going to mind where they're down there drinking and smoking. Actually, that fit in perfect down in the cigar bar. This man. There's just some things I won't do. And one is I'm not going to chainsaw a 200-year-old work of art, priceless work of art. And like, just because the rich man told me to. And two is I'm not going to put up some unsafe bullshit and put my name on it because he wants to do it his way. I had a rich man fire every other carpenter on the job until it got to me and he started cussing me out, and I'm like, look man, I ain't here to be, he called me asshole, and I said, no, you listen, asshole. There's only one asshole on this job and I'm talking to him. And I was like, I just went off, and oh man, This dude, same way. It was the same way. And he's like, I've been doing this for years. 30 years I've been doing construction. I'm like, no, for 30 years, your skilled construction workers have been doing it for you while you've been golfing. His wife told me the secret. And I just had to learn how to manipulate this guy to get the job done, basically. And his wife told me how to do it. She came out and she said, don't let him get too upset. He's got a bad ticker, and I don't want him to have a heart attack. If he starts getting too mad, tell him to go in and take a nap. And so every day when he started getting grumpy, I'd tell him he needed to take a nap. And I figured out that didn't work unless his wife was telling him. But the way I kept him in good spirits is every day I'd come morning, I'd walk in and I'd say, morning, asshole. And he'd say, morning, asshole. And we'd both laugh. And then the rest of the day would go without a hitch. Like he'd just let me have my run of the place. And shit would be done right. But if I didn't call him an asshole at least once a day, he would start getting to be an asshole. And would make the job impossible. And, the first time I went along with it and did shit his way, like we ended up having to tear apart 2 days worth of work to fix it. And I was like, he was looking at it going, how the fuck did that happen? And I said, well, remember 2 days ago when you rushed us to deck this out before setting the trusses in the right place? That's what happened. We ended up with the roof and the two roofs meeting, and there's no truss there. Yeah. So I couldn't tell him to go take a nap, but I could call him an asshole every morning just to remind him that he's an asshole. And whenever I reminded him that he was an asshole early in the morning, at some point early, he would be nice all day and easygoing and like non-argumentative. It was weird like that. You know what? I learned this from a behavioral specialist. You got to meet somebody on their level, and that's how he communicates. Listen here, asshole. That's what he was doing to me and everyone else. And I realized that he needed to be called an asshole to be in a good mood. That's all it was. But you had to say it with a smile on your face, rather than like wait until you get mad and say it. Because if you get mad and say it, then he has to go take a nap. But there did come one point where I was like, I said, listen, asshole, you need to go take a nap before you get a heart attack. Now, listen, I'll tell you what, you get the fuck out of the way and you let us come. You go take 4 hours, and when you come back, I promise you're going to like what you see. And he calmed down and he went inside, took a nap, came back 4 hours later, and he walked around with his arms crossed, looked at the job, and he's like, nice work. You guys done for the day? Yeah. I think maybe he needed to be dominated. No, I think what he needed is somebody to show enough confidence to put him in his place every day so that he could just walk away from it and let it happen. because he was afraid to let this happen without his supervision. And he didn't realize his supervision was in the way of it happening. I don't need the supervision. I just need you to tell me what you want it to look like when it's done. That's it. And then get the fuck out of the way. Tell me where the stuff is. Tell me where the material, and give me the plans. Just give me the blueprints and walk away. Like, phew. Yeah. Yep, it is. But it has no place on a construction site. Oh, man. I'll tell you a funny one. I was building scaffolds. And scaffolds, there are a lot of laws, obviously, on how it gets built. The laws on how it's put together are a little bit different than the laws on how you can be on it and use it. And there's this tag out procedure where you're not supposed to use the scaffold, but you're also not supposed to put a ladder access on it before it's fully ready to be used. And we had this scaffolds where the top section was put together, but it wasn't tied into the building yet, and it was break time. And man, we were beat, we were tired, and it was not ready to be used yet, but it was up at the level with the building. So that we just stepped off of the scaffold onto the building and went downstairs to take a break. And when I came back up, the inspector was climbing up on it, the OSHA guy. And I was like, oh shit. And I ran over there. I said, get off the scaffold, that's not safe yet. And he's like, who are you? He goes, I'm the inspector. And I was like, I'm here to make sure this is safe. And I jumped on it and I shook the scaffold. I'm like, scared the shit out of him. I said, look, I'm the guy building the scaffold and I'm here telling you it's not safe. Get off of it. And I was like, man, if I hadn't have been there just in time, a few seconds later, and I would have got a bunch of tickets. But you're not supposed to just walk away from it, go take a break while that shit's not tied to the wall. But it was one of those. There's no wind. There's nobody else around. There's no reason. But damn, man, yeah, those OSHA guys had a way of coming and just making everything way more dangerous. The problem with OSHA is most of the guys out there inspecting for OSHA, they got the book and the rules, but they've never actually done the work. And yeah, I was the guy that was like, let me study these rules so I know exactly how much I can get away with. We were building extra seating behind Jacksonville Stadium. So we had to put up these system scaffolds and then put, bench seats all the way up with guardrails around it. And it all had to line up perfectly with these panels that locked together to make sure nobody could fall through, And it was a huge, daunting task. And we were knocking it out. We were on a schedule, and they kept, checking to make sure we're getting it done in time and that we're going to make it. They got all these seats sold, millions of dollars in seats sold for this game coming up for the Super Bowl. And if we're not done in time, they don't get paid for any of these seats. So there's a lot of millions on the line. And this OSHA guy shows up and is like, quadruples the work and doubles the danger by telling us how to do our job. And man, I still remember the guy's name. This was decades ago too. Mike Simon was the superintendent on the job site, and I was one of the foremans up on the top putting it together, and he was down at the ground directing all this, and he's telling me all this shit. Like every time the OSHA man tells us a new way to do shit, he has to radio it up to me, and I got to convey it to the crew. And like, oh, well, we got to do it this way now. That OSHA guy says so. And they're like, what the fuck? How are we supposed to get anything done? I'm like, just be careful. Take your time. Be careful. And they're like, my shit's snagging on everything. It's knocking me. I'm going to fall. And I'm like, just be careful. Just take your time. Like, damn. And see, normally we walk right down the middle of the aisle carrying all this material, and he felt that was unsafe because we're too far from the railing posts. But when you're next to the railing post, everything you're wearing and carrying snags on those posts. And like, how are you going to carry it from this end to that end if you're tied off to a cable everywhere you go? You have to, wait, am I supposed to hook I got 2 lanyards now. I can hook one here, and then I can grab this piece of material and I can walk 6 feet away, set it down, and then hook over here, and then I can walk over there and unhook over here, and then walk 6 feet past that lanyard and go hook over there and come back over here and pick up this material. And be snagging on the post the whole way because we have to be right up next to him while we work. And like, this guy who has never done the scaffold before is telling us to do it this way, and Simon's looking at this, us doing it his way, and realizes that we just went from putting 10 posts a minute up to putting 1 post every 10 minutes up. And he's like, dude, there's no way this will be done in time for the game. And Simon said he realized they're trying to fuck us out of the millions. Like, they're trying to breach the contract or something, man. Like, what the hell's going on here? You know? Like, we can't do the job like this. Definitely not on time. So I said, well, Mike Simon tells me, what are we going to do? I said, send everybody back to the hotel. Tell them to get some sleep. Me and you are going to go to Home Depot and get some big floodlights and some extension cords. And we're going to light this bitch up and do it at night. Sleep in the day, work at night. It's the only way we're going to get it done on time. OSHA don't come out to the job at night. Okay. So we did the rest of that job at night. Under floodlights. Well, here's that rain I was talking about. It's not even 1 o'clock. Hope you got that wall covered, or at least put the insulation up. We got a bunch of that, fluffy insulation on the wall, brand new paper backing. Yep. You know what, folks? I think Maxwell, Maxwell, let it go. You're not missing nothing. I get what you're feeling, man. I totally get it. I've been there. But you know what? Uh, might help if you could sober up and stop killing yourself. I mean, look at it as a time. Look, this is a chance you could sober up now, and she don't even get to see you cleaning yourself up, getting your shit together. New Orleans. You were going to New Orleans to not drink? Listen, if you can't not drink at home, I don't believe you can not drink at New Orleans. Because that's all there is to do there, is throw some beads, look at boobies. You got a wife, so you're not supposed to do that. And you can eat some Cajun food. There's a lot of people getting drunk. That's what people do in New Orleans. They get drunk, look at old buildings, eat some Cajun food. You're not missing much, dude. I lived there. It was fun. I ain't gonna lie. It was fun to go be in a parade. I was in a parade. That was fun. It was fun to see some parades. But then after being there a while, it was like parade after parade after parade after parade. I was like, damn. And there is a good museum there. But then what? You see it, you see the aquarium, and then what do? You get drunk and watch a parade. And throw beads. Bourbon Street is for getting drunk. That's why it's called Bourbon Street. But it's also a great place to get robbed. And I don't know, man. It just kind of lost its appeal on me because I realized everywhere I went it smelled like piss. And everyone was drunk all the time. You know what I really liked about New Orleans that struck me as different than any place else in the country I'd ever been was I didn't see a bunch of like hatred from black people and white people. Like I did, for everybody who started an argument, like you could have an argument. You could be sitting in a group of people chilling and have an argument and it could be a black and white guy arguing, and they didn't bring up race. Like, you could argue with him without him, oh, it's because I'm black or something, you know. Like, they wouldn't pull the race card on you, and for every one person that would, there's like 3 or 4 people to be like, shut up, man, it's because you're stupid. It's not because you're black, you know. Like, it'd be a black guy telling him, you know. And the reason why, I think, is because there's so many families there that are mixed for so many generations, that they're just like, you know, half the people there got a white mother, black father, and like white auntie, black auntie. Like, there's just so intermixed for so many generations that it just, I don't know, it's not, I'm not going to say there's no racism or reverse racism there, whatever you want to call it, but I just thought it was like just as much like interracial friendship everywhere I went. Like, people weren't really too confused about the fact that we're a different color. Like, it didn't seem to bother most people in New Orleans. Whereas I've noticed other places where it was a real big hang up for a lot of people of both sides of that. You know? So, I mean, I even got a little racism against me when I visit Mexico sometimes, but I don't know. I thought it was more of a cultural thing, because as soon as I start rattling off in Spanish, they would be like, oh, you know, the whole tune would change, and they'd stop calling me gringo and you know. But I did like that about New Orleans. Yeah. Donald Smith, text or call sometime. I don't know. I got your number. Are you in my phone contacts? Ugh. Either way, I guess I missed it. Either that or it got... Oh, man. Oh, gotcha. Well, yeah, you can drop a comment on any of my videos and I get notified of that. So, yeah, I wouldn't put your phone number in the live stream here. I get trolls galore in here. Probably need to plug my phone in too. But provided I'm still on YouTube, I'm still floating here. Five 15 packs of beer. Holy crap. How long is she gone? Did she leave any food? That's like, here, get wasted while I'm gone. can set this charger stand up here. There's something creeping around in the bushes. Okay, here we go. Email. Oh, yeah, that's what this customer told me to email him. Feel free to email me. Dude, I don't know how to email him. I don't even know his email address. That's like telling somebody to send you a fax. Come on, man. Email me. Step out of the dark ages and get a smartphone, dude. You don't really think that your flip phone doesn't track you just like a smartphone does, do you? Like, even if you don't carry a smartphone, you're still on all the flock cameras. You're not off the grid, man. Just get a smartphone and save yourself a lot of trouble. Chris, tone it down, please. Let's keep it like, look, I cuss and stuff, but we don't need to be all graphically describing your sexual fantasies here. I mean, I cuss because I'm a sailor and it's just part of my vernacular, but I try not to direct. I mean, yeah, I do direct my cussing and anger at certain people straight away. Should you spit in the gravy? No. Absolutely not. No show. That's disgusting. Like, you should be fired just for having that thought in your mind. If you're tempted to spit in someone's food, you shouldn't be in food service. Or you should just quit that job. You shouldn't be somewhere where you're tempted, because that's a biological attack on them. That's disgusting. And man, I would literally, if you did that and I found out, I would get violent with you. Like, regardless of how big you are or scary looking, I would get violent. And then, like, if we end up in court, I would sue you for a biological assault. Well, pissing in the sink is at least not in someone's food. Are they preparing food in the sink? Then no. And you probably shouldn't be here if you can't even reason like that for yourself. Like, you need help. You need to get some psychological evaluation, man. You need to be in the prison for the criminally insane, because that's what you are. If that's the way you're thinking, that's criminal insanity. Like, what did somebody do that you, look, even if the person you are mad at eats some of that, what about the people you're not mad at that eat some of that? You're going to put your biological waste in their food? Well, I removed him. I reported him for terrorism and removed him. He's promoting terrorism. He says he's putting biological weapons in people's food and serving it. And that's an act of terrorism. So that's what I reported before blocking him. I don't believe him. I think he's just a troll. But he's speaking like he's promoting terrorism by trying to pretend that that's okay. And so, yeah, I'm betting he's just trolling for reactions, but that's my reaction. If you call yourself a terrorist, I'll report you for terrorism. And this guy too. He can't stop talking about his wife's booty hole. You gotta go too. Goodbye. This is my nature channel, but you ain't part of the discovery. Doing like they do on the Discovery Channel. We might catch some animals copulating on here, but if they're human, I can't put it on this tube. That goes on PornTube, not YouTube. Good God, look at that fish. Look how big he's getting. See him? Look at him coming. Last time I did that, I got my finger bit. I could bit my finger. I swear I could stick my finger in the water and catch that fish by his lip. You didn't see him? Yeah, it's hard to see through the glare. Here's one on the other side. He's a little different species, I think. He's got stripes. Now he's hiding in the glare. Oh, there's the big one. See him? All right, let me flip you around over here. I'll hide my camera when I... Nah. No, it wouldn't be fair to catch these fish. It wouldn't be fair. The reason they're so friendly with me is because they get fed every time I clean my dishes. And I don't intentionally feed them, but they're the fish in this environment, and they get it because they're here when I clean my dishes. So I can't avoid, so it wouldn't be sporting of me to get their trust like that and then snatch them. You know, it's not cool. That's kind of like putting a salt lick at the base of a tree and then putting your deer stand there and then putting, grain there for the deer every day until deer season, and then shooting a deer in that spot and then calling yourself a great hunter. That's not hunting, that's domesticating. And well, then I also don't want to get bit. They got some teeth on them, man. These fish eat barnacles. They eat shellfish. So, you know, I'd have to put on some gloves, which I don't have. Nah, let's just don't say we did. But I do plan to do a catch and cook soon, like maybe tomorrow. Maybe I should do a catch and cook. Well, no, actually no, because I got, yeah, actually that might not get in the way of, I got a little job to do tomorrow. I have another customer that's just like a $20 change of tire type of job. Yeah, that's me. I mean, I can hunt and trap, and if I need to, I got no qualms about it. But like I said, tomorrow I'll probably go make 20 bucks in the morning, change a tire, and then come back and do a little catch and cook in the evening, just to save a few bucks. Cause yeah. Yo, D, welcome back. Got 14 people in here now, somehow. I don't trust that counter, though. YouTube's always fibbing about how many people are in the chat. Dock. This is not a dock. This is a sailboat I'm on. It does look like I got a dock here. That canoe is tied alongside. This is an actual registered motor sailboat. I got videos showing how I built it and all that. I would take you outside for a tour, but it's raining. Here, let me see what I can show you here is the amas, the outriggers, and the rudders. Dual rudders, that's one side. Let me show you the back side here. My bug netting. Hand sanitizer and some bug spray, baby wipes, water, scoop, outboard motor, and the other rudder. I got an anchor line going out. I got another anchor line up front. And then I'm building a canopy on it. A new one. I had one on here before, but this one's getting rebuilt because it was all, yeah, well, if you wanted to use if you asked me what kind of hull this is, it's called a wa'apa. That's the only real description of this boat hull that I could really. It's not really Hawaiian style, but it is configured like a sailing wa'apa with a schooner rig. Yeah. Well, look, when I decided how tall to make the deck above me, I laid in the canoe and put some padding under me and rolled over and measured how high my hip went, and then I put the deck just a half or about an inch above that. So the first top deck is just an inch above my hip when I roll over at night, so I can sleep under it. And then there's another compartment above that, and then the gunnels go high, like twice as high. I got like 2.5 foot sidewalls now, but I'm running less than a foot of draft. Yeah, it's a tri-hull. But yeah, they're all three. It's modular, so the three fit together. I got a lee board that fits in the slot at the end on each side, but it's sitting over in the canoe right now. Here, let me see if I can show you the other side here, or that one's not even painted. It's just fiberglass, but it slides down into that slot when I need dagger boards to sail to windward. Am I ever lonely? No. How could I get lonely? I always got the voices in my head. They keep me company. No, I'm dry. I once had a psychiatrist ask me if I really hear voices in my head, and I said yes. And he said, well, did they ever ask you to kill somebody? I said, well, do you remember every conversation you've ever had? Because, you ever been told to do something and didn't do it? Like, what does that have to do with me? Like, damn, man, just because I heard some voice in my head tell me to kill somebody, that's not the question. Like, the real question is, would I listen and obey it? That's the question you really want to know. Because, like, what's the difference if it's a voice in your head or a voice in the room? Like, would you listen if it was a real person telling you to do it? No? Then why the fuck would I listen to some spirit telling me to do it? No, the thing is, I don't recall every conversation I've ever had. Maybe there was at some point some spirit telling me to kill someone, and I said no, because I haven't killed anyone. Like, you know, like, but I don't log every conversation. You know, that seems like one I would remember though. You know, if some voice had popped in my head telling me to kill someone, I'd probably remember that one. Because, you know, I had a real person trying to get me to kill someone before. And that was, like, it's hard to forget that. Yeah, you know, just if you're one of these people that hears voices in your head, just keep in mind you don't have to listen to them. Some of them are full of shit. Okay, just like you think of it like a person without a body talking to you. People with bodies in the physical, some of the people with bodies in physical form are lying and they're full of shit. And some of the spirits will lie and are full of shit. Like, you can't listen to everything you think or hear. Nah, that's not a brain fart. That's not my idea of a brain fart. That's what you call an attempt at manipulation. It's a very real thing. There are people out there that will manipulate people. And there's actually technology out there that can manipulate your thoughts. Believe it or not, there's technology that can make you feel like you're hearing voices. There's technology that can project voices into your head. It's like you've heard of the Rods of God project. That was a real thing. They never did it, but it was a real project. It just turned out to be logistically not worth it. But like the voice of God is a true project too. And it can project sound just like a human voice directly through your jawbone or the tympanic membrane in your ear. They can stimulate it just like they could a speaker from a distance now. Well, that's another form of the TV commercials. That's another big form of where they use that for psyops and manipulation. In news, they use what's called conversational trance induction. And they literally use hypnotic trance induction through conversation in every TV commercial, every ad, every speech, every political speech, every newscasting, all of it. It's all full of trance induction. Proven methods. And they're designed to control how you think. I've been trying to tell people this for years and years and years. Stop looking left and right. It's not about left and right. That whole left and right paradigm is just another way to control you. Tell you how you're supposed to think and who you're supposed to hate. And who you're not supposed to listen to at all. So many people, one of the bigger mistakes you can make, I'm going to go ahead and flip the camera around. Ugly face warning. Ah! Nah, you should bring a canoe, not a, well, yeah, you should bring a canoe. Unless you have like one of those sailing kayaks, like sit on top. You know those Hobie kayaks with the attach on, the outriggers that clip on, and then the sailing rig that pops up real quick? Let's get one of those, and we could cruise around. Like we could cruise from here to Tampa and go up to the Springs. That'd be fun. You'd probably be a lot faster. You'd be the guy scouting ahead and I'd be like the supply ship. But we could you could trim yours down and I could put up as much sail as I could and we'd kind of keep up with each other. You just let out some luck, and when I'm what do you call it? When I'm full trim. But the other option is just a canoe, and then this be the mothership, and I can tow 2 canoes behind on either side, you know. Nowhere right now. I'm not sailing anywhere. I'm just hanging here. The reason I say in the fall, because this is the rainy season. It's going to be storming every afternoon right now. It's not a good time to go long distance cruising. Also, there's the alligators, the snakes, the spiders, the mosquitoes. It's all more active. So if you come in the fall and winter when all that's dormant and the weather's calm, so it's a lot smoother sailing. "20-foot snakes, yeah, sometimes, maybe. Not usually. That's pretty uncommon. They're maybe 10, 12 foot. 15 foot's pretty common. But 20 foot, you kind of got to be in the... I mean, it's not unheard of. Yeah, Jack Crow. Let's see, where'd my sun tea go? I made sun tea the other day. I put like 6 bags of tea in this with rooibos and hibiscus. Yeah, beach bum. I replaced a big, he had a 4x5 beam in there that was just completely worm eaten, and we replaced it with a double 2x6. Mandible. Nah, man, what you do, Donald, you park somewhere in the destination. Park somewhere at the destination. Well, actually, first you come here, drop off the canoe or whatever your vessel, and then you park, you drive to the destination where we're sailing to. And then you catch a ride or bus back here. And then we sail to where your vehicle is. McDill? Where's McDill? In Tampa? Or is that Tampa or Key West? I know it. Okay, that's an Air Force base, right? Yeah, that's Tampa. Oh, you can park at McDill? That's sweet. What is that? Davis Island it's called out there. There's an anchorage out there right in the middle of Tampa Bay. I know where it is. So if you could get the canoe and gear here and then get the vehicle there, yeah, that's a good jump off point, man. There's Tampa's a big bay. I mean, you're gonna have to like it, but on the right day I've had I used to cruise a 17-foot canoe all over that bay. I know that bay real well. And we just have to comb up the Apollo Beach side all the way up to like, we'd want to go all the way up the west side of the bay to about probably Alafaya River, and then cut across to Hillsborough Channel and then go around the other side back down. I guess you could go up the inside through Gulfport. just come in. You don't want to try canoeing into what is that inlet there? John's Pass. Forget it. You ain't trying to sail or canoe into John's Pass. You want to come in through the Skyway, the big opening, and then cut across and stay well away from John's Pass Bridge when you come through there. But you know, you could probably chill up in that area overnight and then make it from there to Davis Island in a day. Davis Island's a long trek across that bay, though. It's out in the middle of nothing. That's a lot of paddling to get there. But yeah, catch it on the right day. We could put some sails on your canoe. I used to sail that canoe on umbrellas. Yeah, and that's the thing. You don't want to just cut across that bay. You want to go along the edges and stay way the hell away from all the big boat traffic. Just kind of, the problem is there's a lot of shallows out there that you can't get through without the right charts. Oh dude, you could spend days. See, what I would want to do is I'd want to go all the way up to Alafia River and then go up to the springs on the other side of the bay. Not just cruise ships, man. It's actually, there's not a lot of cruise ships comparative. It's really more of an industrial port. There are cruise ships, but like you're getting these big, massive barges, coal barges, and like, you know, they're bringing like fertilizer all the way to Australia, and then they're bringing grain from Australia here, and then going up the Mississippi and getting coal and bringing it down to Florida. And, you know, I don't know if they're doing the coal runs anymore. They're definitely doing fertilizer there and a bunch of other chemicals, acid. There's just massive industrial shipping there. But there's also a lot of areas outside of the channel that are fun to explore. I could show you where there's roosting roseate spoonbill in that bay. Yeah, and the springs are a blast, man. We could go, you know, this vessel can go in a foot of water. So I can take it all the way up to the springs and then we just sail back down. There's a bit of an anchorage down right where the Alafia empties into the mouth of Tampa Bay. Just before that, there's a park there, and there's like a 301 bridge to go over. I forget which one. There's a Walmart near there. Problem with a bass boat is you need to bring a trailer and have a launch somewhere, and it's not really practical to sail it, and I can't keep up with it because I got a 6-horse. You know, so I mean, you could bring a bass boat, but it's in a different class, so it's not going to be a lot of fun cruising alongside me. Kind of the whole point of this is doing it without burning all the fuel too. Like I do 100 miles on what, 20 gallons? Or McDill? Yeah, you could launch from McDill, but I can't. I haven't had I used to have a pass for the Navy base in Kings Bay, Georgia, but that was a long time ago. You believe I worked on the Ohio class submarines, refurbishing those post 9/11 in Kings Bay. Yeah, ask me how I got that kind of clearance. Company paid me to sit in a hotel, paid for the hotel, and paid my like $30 a day per diem for me to just sit in that hotel and wait for 3 weeks while they interviewed people and did a deep background check and somehow decided I was okay. For one of the other personalities. I don't have multiple personalities. I mean, nope, they gave me TS clearance with my real name. That's where you start getting really messed up, is when you start confusing those voices in your head as your own. Then you got this multiple personality problem. You don't want to be doing that. Don't get it confused. No, they just kind of just wanted to make sure I wasn't gonna like share top secret information with our enemies of our country, or like try to, you know, make something go boom or something like that, you know. I may have some controversial views and a few irrational moments, but yeah, I'm the guy that puts the fire out, not the guy that lights them. I'm always for the preservation of life. Yeah, I was just kind of surprised because it was right after 9/11 and they were saying there would be no civilians on any of our military bases, and here I was with top secret clearance walking through the ballistic missiles program to work on the most technologically advanced nuclear submarine, you know, as a civilian, non-enlisted. You know, and I'm like, okay, yeah, they kind of told a fib about that, didn't they? About that whole no civilian contractors on the bases. They lied. That, or they just decided after they said that not to go by it. Yeah, I could give them the benefit of the doubt and say maybe it wasn't a lie. Maybe they really intended not to have any, but they realized that with all their experienced soldiers overseas at war, all they had, man, and it was kind of like, I ain't gonna lie, man, there was some pretty young, unsalted, unseasoned young kids guarding the base. And yeah, they're supposed to check you when you go in there. It was funny because I'd go up with like 30 pounds of tools strapped to my waist and a big harness and all this gear, and he'd come up with one of those wands to see if you're carrying any metal, a little handheld metal detector to check me for weapons. And it's like everywhere he scans, it's going beep, 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 beep. And even the tips of my boot tips, because I got steel-toed boots, and the dude just like, the first day I'd have to strip down all that gear, open up all my tools, take my boots off, and then after a week of that, he's just like, just go. It's like, just go to work. And I was glad for it because I didn't take a half hour to walk into the job site every day. But at the same time, it's kind of like, I don't know. We had a good crew. I knew all the guys on the crew. None of them were crazy. Like, I mean, they're all crazy doing the job we did, but none of them were like a threat to national security, in my opinion. Like, I worked with them every day. I'm pretty sure none of them were spies. Oh yeah, I paid good. Oh man, I'm trying to decide. I guess it's as good a time as any to start frying up some food now that it's raining. So at least it's cool enough. When I fire up that grill, it gets hot in here. I like to cook in the evening after dark or when it's raining. And I got me a pound of bacon. Oh. This takes a while, so I gotta refuel this can before I get started. Otherwise, I'll run out halfway through and have to wait for the can full enough to refuel it. You don't want to try to refuel that thing when it's hot. So I'm having breakfast in bed today. No special occasion. I always have breakfast in bed. And lunch. And dinner. See, I told you I never grew up. Still eating all my meals in bed. Sleepy times. I'm in a homemade vessel that I built, and it's on my old videos how I built it, and the whole setup with a sloop. The only thing different is it didn't have the canopy and the decking around it when I launched it. All right, Susan. Good news. Back in business. That's a good feeling. But yeah, if you want to see the build and the launch and all that, and kind of the inspiration of it all, and actually before I built this, I rigged that canoe with water jug outriggers and homemade mast and boom and sailed it like 200 miles. No, I can't live in it full time. I mean, I've been in it traveling for the last almost 2 years, but I can't live in it full time. It's not a livable boat. I'm camping out. I'm on an extended camping cruise. Does the canopy overhang the boat? Like, where does all the rainwater go? Yeah, well, right now, I don't even have the canopy finished. But yeah, it overhangs some, and then I got tarps over it when it rains. But I'm soon to have, I actually got these canvas curtains hung, and I got isinglass under them so I could roll the curtains up and see through. But I need to get these waterproof. They're going to be rubberized, and then I'll just put snaps down here so that I can snap them down in place and cruise around in the rain and still have my windows open. Haven't been able to do that yet. That'd be a cool feat, to be able to sail, or not just necessarily sail cruise, but just motor cruise in the rain when I want to get somewhere and it's raining. You know, I don't want to have to stop every time it rains and hunker down somewhere. Especially like this, it's not rough, you know, and I could be cruising along. Waterways are usually clear on a rainy day. It's a great day to cruise if you're not in an open cockpit. Just, alrighty, get the stove lit. Put the skillet on there and get it warming up. And let me get a little protection from the drippage. I don't want any raw meat to drip down into my bed here. So I gotta kind of get this all situated here. Yes, I could just rip this open, but I end up flinging like raw meat juice everywhere if I just tear into it. So I cut it open. Yeah, the chunks of meat make you smell rotten, and it gets bugs, draws bugs. Ah, hear that sizzle. I figured since I just quit my job, I should probably just, I don't know, spoil myself with a tasty meal. Don't worry, I bought some cheap ramen and cans of chili too to get me through. And oh, you know what I should have got? I got to get some more breading for fish seasoning, because I am going to want to catch some fish to make up for the loss of income. Well, I don't hate the guy. I'm just frustrated out of my mind with, it's not his fault he's stupid, but god damn, he's, you know, when you put stupid and stubborn together, it makes for a very unpleasant work day. No, he's actually a nice dude. He's just kind of dumb. Oil or butter, that's bacon. don't need oil or butter in your bacon. Your bacon. Oh yeah, I've got some coconut oil, so that'll be fine with fish. I'll probably get, if anything, another one of those lemon squeeze things. And hello, I have no idea how to pronounce that. It looks like Russian or something, but it looks like hieroglyphs to me. Catman, welcome here. Oh man. Ooh, it got hot. Turn some fans on. There we go. Ah, that's much better. I guess just one fan might do. But if not, I got this. And there's another one in here too. Alright, Mr. Smith. Let me know when you're thinking about coming down. We'll put together a plan a little more solid. But also, you got to let me know before we plan it how much time you have to do that trip, too. How do I make it rain so much? Man, you give me way too much credit. If I could make it rain, I'd be rich. Man, if I could make it rain, I'd go to Sahara. Huh? I think it's calmed down enough to at least open the canopy. You can see out. I just didn't want to get the phone wet. Okay. Oh, it rains here every day this time of year. That's why they call it the rainy season. I moved here from Oregon, and I told my mom every summer we get monsoon rains, and she laughed. She didn't understand. She didn't believe me. It's not a monsoon. It doesn't come in sideways all the time, but it's pretty much every day around the same time. It used to be so well timed that you could pretty much set your clock by what time of day it rained. I'm in Florida, Southwest Florida. I'm in the gator swamps, right on the brackish water. Where are you from? You're up in... No, this is it's tidal waters, but it's in the inland. It's brackish, but it is off the side of a river that comes out of Lake Okeechobee. Can't call it freshwater because I'm past all the locks where the tides influence this more than the river does. So no, it's considered inland water, but it's also brackish, so mostly salty. It's not splattering on my phone. I'm getting splatter right in front of the phone. Yeah, I can move the stand back a little bit. Yeah. Here you go, Susan. Take a big whiff. Well, you asked me a question. I'm trying to think of the right way to answer that. I don't pay to anchor here where I am right now, but it does cost a lot to live this way. I don't get a rent bill, but I do gotta pay a lot to live this way. So it's not free, and it's a lot of work. So it's kind of a weird catch-22. I mean, you can live easier if you pull into you can pay for a mooring, but this boat doesn't really do well on moorings because they're generally out in open, rough water. And so this boat isn't really set up for that. You know, and you can pay to stay in marinas, but I don't stay in any one place that long. So I'm not trying to take up residence anywhere at the moment. Unless I found the right business opportunity in a town, then I wouldn't bother trying to live somewhere permanently. Give that a little stir up. This is another advantage to being able to retract your mast. When you're in a rainstorm in a boat in Florida, the sailboat, most sailboats have a high-grade aluminum mast, which is extremely conductive, and it's a lot of times the tallest thing out there in the open area during an electrical storm. And being able to take my mast down and then getting between the mangroves here, I'm blocked from the majority of the wind out there and the strong waves from big boats and stuff. And you know, lightning's very unlikely to strike the lowest point here, where I don't have this big conductive aluminum pole sticking up in the air, 50 feet in the air. You know, it's sitting on the deck. So I sleep a lot better during a thunderstorm than a lot of people on sailboats might. I don't worry about that whole big aluminum conductor getting struck by lightning. And that does happen quite often. You'd be surprised at how many times my sailboat buddies tell me their electronics got fried in that thunderstorm because their mast got hit during the electrical part of it. Most people these days put fusible links in their system that, you know, they'll fry the fuse so your whole system doesn't fry or batteries don't blow up or whatever, but still your electronics that are hooked up during the storm tend to get fried in that initial shock anyway. So yeah, it's kind of a it's a risky thing to be sitting there, you know, plotting a course or using your electronics in this shit. Well, beach bum, I sleep on the boat because I prefer it. But yeah, it originally started out of necessity. But if I had the choice, I would prefer to stay on the boat than on land. I feel much safer and better in a boat. I just would like to have more money to make this boat more storm worthy, so Michelle, welcome here. So Gen X Michelle. I don't agree. I think greed is the root of all evil, and money is the tool by which it enslaves people. Money's just a tool. It's like a weapon or a gun. It's not evil until it gets in the hands of evil people. And the problem is our system is set up to where the most evil people get the most money. So it's kind of a, yeah. It's kind of a catch-22 because we kind of need to have money to live. But I don't think that the money is the evil thing. I think it's, the problem is the wrong people get it for the wrong reasons. Like, money is supposed to be representative of work done. And there's too many people that just printing money out of thin air that didn't do any work to earn it. That's the problem. The whole money pyramid, the work the money represents comes in at the bottom, and the people doing the work get the least amount of money. And the money gets printed out of thin air at the top. And the people printing it don't do any work for it. So it's, the whole trickle down thing isn't working because all we get is what trickles down from their leg when they get diarrhea. So that's why we had a much better system before Reaganomics, when corporations had to pay a massive high tax. It made things work. But this whole idea of not taxing the corporations and taxing everybody's income a little more to make up for it has got us all in a bind over time. The trickle down ain't trickling down. And we need to recognize that these corporations get filthy rich because they're able to operate within the bounds of our country and our capitalist economy where everybody's spending. They need to put back into our country to make it grow. And they're not. They're just buying off our Congress and making everything favor them at our expense. Let's see if I can get us some rain cover without the splatter would be nice. Shoot, I didn't realize I cut off the sound. Sorry. I'm over here talking to myself. Wow. So I get this every day. Yeah, I'm glad I didn't go to work today. I probably wouldn't have got back in time. I would have been caught in this trying to get home. Well, I don't do anything for work now. I just quit today, so I don't know. I don't know what I do for work now. Kind of in limbo. I just freaking walked off today. Had to walk away from it, try to preserve some of what's left of my sanity. A lot of different stuff. Well, I don't know. We'll see, I guess. Tomorrow we'll see what he says. Or I'll see. Go back up to the park in the morning and see what he's got to say for himself. I'll tell you what, if he took that wall apart today and it got rained on, I'm going to tell him I need double the price. I need double pay to fix it. Because like, I'm not doing it for minimum wage. Not after that. I just, you know, he wasn't pushing me so much as he just wasn't listening and seeing reason, and he's over there just fucking making life 1,000 times more difficult. And after 1,000 times of fucking having the same type of conversation with him, and him days, weeks, or months later finally going, man, you know, you were right. You know, it's like I just get so fucking tired of spending hours just beating my head against the wall trying to explain what should be obvious to him that he just doesn't get. Carpentry is one of the many things I do. I'm a polymath. I think that's the best way to describe me and what I do. I'm a polymath. Like today I might be doing carpentry, and next week I might be fixing an air conditioner, and then the next week I might be doing some electrical work, or like the next week I might be fixing someone's computer. And then, like, whatever. Might do some fiberglass work. Like I had to install solar on this boat. Nah, I don't like to call myself a jack of all trades because I don't know. I've met a lot of people that were jack of all trades, and they were people that just like really didn't know how to do anything right. Like they kind of got the gist of how to do something here and there, but most people that tell you they're a jack of all trades is just a fly-by-night kind of freaking meth head trying to make some extra money. And I'm not that guy. I am genuinely a polymath. Like I've done work in electronics. I've done work in computer repair. I've done work in construction. I've done like biochemistry job. You know, like I worked in a job where I had to understand some biochemistry, and like I worked in a hospital lab. You know, it's not, I don't know how to describe it, but my strong point is probably like mechanical physics. Like, but I dabble in some of everything. Okay, yeah. Yeah, sort of a jack of all trades, but master of a few. You know, like I can't say master of none because I have mastered a few. But I'm one of those people that I'll sit there and spend a year or two mastering it, and then I can't do it anymore because I'm bored and I need to learn something new. Well, there's a jack of all trades that just gone through his whole life getting fired from every job he's ever had. And there's a jack of all trades that gets so bored with the job after they mastered it that they can't stand doing it anymore and they need to learn something new. You see? And the person that gets so sick and bored of doing the same thing every day for years and just has to be compelled to learn something new and always be challenged, that's a true polymath. It's not just a flop. See, and was John Anthony may be one of those. Like he might be a true polymath. And like I don't want to down the jack of all trades. I just don't like calling myself that because it gives people the wrong impression. The problem with a handyman is they tend to underestimate your abilities. Same with the jack of all trades. Like, yeah, I don't know if Elon Musk is a true polymath. He's got a brilliant business model, but he doesn't really, he's not an inventor. Like he gets ideas and then he gets the people together that know how to do the stuff that he wants done, and he hires them to do the work. You know, he's not the one actually building the stuff. So he's not, I don't know if I'd give him that he's definitely an innovative person. But I don't know, like I couldn't say, I don't know enough about the guy to really. Do you ever go fishing? Yes. Yeah, of course. I plan to this weekend do some fishing, or this week I gotta do some fishing. I just like, I may end up going back to work for this guy, but when it gets like this, sometimes I need to just make myself unavailable for a while so that the guy can realize that he needs somebody like me there. And like I just God, I wish he understood how frustrating it is when he gets in my way of doing shit, especially doing things right, and when I know it's gonna bite him in the ass real quick. And I just don't want to be there getting bit in the ass with him when he learns the lesson. Oh, around here? Well, I don't know. I probably just go catch a mullet or two in this area. It's probably the easiest thing for a quick meal, and they're delicious. But there's snapper around here. I mean, I go for whatever's around that I got a license to get. I have a fishing license, so it covers everything that's covered by it. But also a lot of the fish in this cove, like I told other viewers, the fish in this cove have gotten used to me cleaning my dishes here. See, I'm here trying to spot alligators that hang out in this cove. And I'm trying to get them used to me enough to come around without, like I'm not feeding them. But when I clean my dishes, the fish underneath me get some of the scraps. And they've gotten used to me here. They kind of think of my little boat being here as like this little safe spot where the gators can't get them. And the gators don't wander over here. And as long as I make sure the gators don't get any of my scraps, then it's safe to get here and film the gators during their season. I just got to get them to where they're not so shy, because they hide from me. Every time I come around, they hide. So I'm trying to get them. And the other day I saw a big ass one that didn't hide from me, but it went through so fast that I couldn't get the camera on in time to catch it. So yeah, I'm not really on the catch and cook thing right now, but because of me walking off this job and not having a bunch of money in my pocket, I really need to I need to catch some fish just to supplement my diet. So I'll probably go tomorrow, make 20 bucks, and then grab some breading and maybe some lemon juice. Or actually, no, I got lemon pepper. That'll be fine. Get some seasoned breaded stuff, you know, for whatever wild catch. And then I'll have to probably recondition some fishing poles. I got, you know, maybe that's more important, is I do some like refurbishing of my fishing poles. I got like 3 or 4 of them and some parts broken, need to be switched around, and could probably put a better reel on that rod and some better line. Oh, hold on. Let me get rid of this retard. And with them stuff, I'm gonna get rid of that jackass too. Alright. Anybody else got something fucking stupid to say? I'm in the mood to block people. It's always somebody with a 2-digit IQ telling me with a high IQ that I got a low low IQ and a freaking no education. It's always going to be somebody that has trouble with 3-letter words like two, and two, or your, and your. Like, you know, like doesn't understand how to properly use a apostrophe, but he'll tell me I'm stupid. It's always somebody that comes in and catches one little glimpse of the whole 3-hour conversation and thinks they got me summed up. Shut the fuck up, cunt. Go away. Okay, where was I? Oh yeah, cooking bacon. Sorry about my French, folks, but I'm not sorry. I'm not here to entertain people. I'm not here to jump through hoops for people. I'm not here to freaking convince you of how smart I am or freaking live up to your expectations. I'm journaling my life journey. You can enjoy it, you can join in, and you can freaking talk shit about it somewhere else if you don't like what you see. If you got some constructive criticism, I might be down to hear it. But don't come across like a fucking cunt, because I'll block you. I don't need your freaking viewership, or I'm not out here begging for viewers. Yeah, well, that's basically what I'm doing. I'm laughing at how stupid these people are that they come in and talk shit thinking that I like need their freaking service of something. Like their fucking stupid opinion is so valuable that I'm not gonna block them. I'm not mad at the trolls, I'm mad at the customer I had to freaking go deal with today. And I'm kind of just taking it out on the trolls. You know, without the trolls, it gets boring in here sometimes. I don't have anybody to cuss at. We all agree on everything, and you know, like I like to argue with people sometimes that disagree with me, just to see if there's something I can do to see the other side of things. You know, is there some point of view I'm not considering, or you know. Yeah, well, I don't mind the wet part. It makes things grow. And man, I'll tell you what, if it wasn't raining right now, I'm glad for the rain right now. Because it's kind of proven my point at work. And for one thing, for two, it's keeping me cool when it would otherwise be 96 degrees in here and sweltering hot like a sauna because of 98% humidity. Right now we got 100% humidity and it's like 60 degrees. It was 98 degrees a few minutes ago before it started raining. And I wouldn't mind if it just drizzled like this until sundown. Oh, Patrick, I thought you were the same dude. How goes it? Welcome here. You got the same color icon. Man, that's starting to look good. Let me show you what's for lunch. Try not to pour hot grease on the deck. Talk about attracting bugs, that would be a mess. Hey, no worries. I try to acknowledge everybody. Sometimes I miss people. If there's any Muslims or Jews in the house, I'm not apologizing for eating bacon. and I feel sorry for you that you can't. Turtle eggs? Are you nuts? Why would I eat turtle eggs? You got chicken eggs at the Walmart right up the road. I have seen a couple turtles come through here, but I don't know. Like, I don't even know what turtles are I know there's some that are protected that you don't want to, like tortoises here. The gopher tortoises are here. They're protected. You're not allowed to touch them. I got a little short video showing, like I just like got one out of the road and checked the sex of one, but looking at their environment. You guys know the difference between a turtle and a tortoise? Yep. A turtle is aquatic and a tortoise is a land creature. They got stumpier claws without the webbing between the feet. The turtle's going to have more streamlined shell with webbed feet for swimming. And a tortoise has stumpy clawed feet for digging and walking on land. They usually have a longer neck. Well, not always. That's not really a good... But they'll have, like, the carapace above their neck will a lot of times have more of a notch so that their head can reach up to bite, like, plant matter and stuff above them. Yeah. A lot of times I'll confuse them. I don't confuse them in my mind, but, like, in my speech. I'll use them interchangeably when they're not. Like a lot of times I'll call it a gopher turtle rather than a gopher tortoise. Even though I know it's a land animal. And I know the difference. I don't know, it just rolls off the tongue easier, I guess. Alright, the bacon is done. And now I'm going to set it up here to cool a little bit and tilt it so that the grease will tip out of it a little bit. And then I guess I can make a pot of coffee. I would love another shot of espresso this afternoon, actually. So, my seasoned coffee pot that's been scorched and burned on fires. This is how I make coffee here. Cuban style coffee. What I learned in Miami, Café Cubano Auténtico. For those of you Latinos, you know, it's funny, if you go to certain parts of Miami and you walk into a little cafe and you order a Café Cubano, they'll know exactly what you want. But if it's somebody from South America, they might get offended at you asking for Café Cubano. Oh, Clip and Dippin', welcome here. Sorry, I just realized you were... I was thinking for some reason you've been here this whole time. Not ignoring you. Anyway, yeah, if you're talking to a South American or Mexican and you're trying to order a Cuban coffee, you order a café colada. But if you're talking to a Cuban, it's a café cubano. Oh, yeah, well, I can make coffee in my canoe in a rainstorm. And I just really love the fact that I can do that. My homemade canoe, my homemade sailing canoe with my homemade stove Oh, shoot, I'm using the coffee decanter as a dang phone stand, so I gotta resituate this situation. Yeah, well, I already pooped this morning at the shore, so I should be okay. Yeah, I don't drink too much coffee because, yeah, I think that's kind of why a lot of people drink it. It keeps them regular. You know, you drink your coffee in the morning, it wakes you up and makes sure you get your pooping done before you got to go to work. So you're not pooping on the job. You're not one of them people that likes pooping on the job, are you? And if I go pooping on the job, I do it because I'm mad at the boss and I want to get paid to poop. I only poop on the job if it comes on unexpectedly or I'm about to quit anyway. Yeah, you gotta go when you gotta go, but you know, the coffee does, if you drink your coffee at the regular time every day, or if you're one of these people that can't stomach coffee, maybe if you got stomach ulcers or something, you might want to switch to licorice root tea instead, because it'll wake you up. It's a mild laxative and a mild stimulant, but it's not an irritant to your stomach like coffee can be. So I recommend that switch up if you're one of those. Especially if you like licorice. If you like black licorice, then licorice root tea is a great substitute. But yeah, I'm addicted to coffee and I just love this shit. I don't know why, but sometimes when everything else is going wrong, I make a cup of coffee because it's my comfort drink. Yeah, well, I got one can of chili over here, propping this side up, and then I got like the little hinge on the coffee maker. If I put it here, the coffee decanter rather, I put it here, and it just catches the phone just under the camera lens. And then I got this coffee or this chili over on the other end of the board here as like a counterweight so that these planks don't tip. All right, my overhead lamp's charged. That's enough lighting for the night. I like to charge up my lamps. All have their own independent batteries. I get them charged up in the day. They last through the night without using house batteries. Same with the fans. I got two fans that have their own battery supply. Yeah. Well, see, I do coffee a little different. Instead of drinking a large cup, I'll drink a small cup of more strong coffee, espresso. And just drink less of it. And normally, I just have one cup in the morning. But today, I'm a little down today. And I just feel like having another cup. I gotta be careful. If I drink it after like 6:30, I drink coffee after 6:30. Can't sleep all night. Oh shit, I'm getting a lot of rain in the canoe too. Oh crap, it's getting windy now. If that keeps up, I'll have to close it. I should have got some eggs today. I'll probably pick some up tomorrow. What I really like is another one of these little containers. These stainless steel sealed containers would be great. So I could render the pork fat and use it to preserve stuff later. Or to cook with. No, I gotta drop the tarp. It's getting wet on the deck now. There. Getting too much water in here. Oh, I sleep under the deck here. I'm sitting in bed right now. If I sit up, I'm in the captain's chair. If I sit down, I'm in the desk chair. And if I lay down, I'm in the bed, which is also my dining area. Ugly face warning, I'm gonna flip the camera around. There. Now at least you can see some greenery in the background. Oh, I got a roof leak. One of my tarps is dripping through. Well, can't say I didn't see that coming. It's fine. It's on the open deck part. It drains off anyway. Do I want a bigger boat? No. No, I get big plans for this boat. Bigger boats just means more expense and maintenance and more fuel and all kinds of issues. I built this boat custom to get around a lot of the problems that a bigger boat would. No, I don't want a bigger boat. What I want is a shop where I can haul this boat out and do another $5,000 worth of fiberglass work on it to make it sturdier, more weight capacity, and to be able to take it out in the open. Right now it's just a coastal bay and inland water vessel, and it's not rated for open ocean type, offshore. And I'd like to be able to take it offshore so I could do the 1,000 islands down south of here, and everything north of Clearwater along the Panhandle is kind of hard to do on a canoe. Yeah, you have to go out in the open. But Yeah, you got to know the limits of your boat. But this boat is built specifically with that in mind of later being able to upgrade it. I don't want a bigger boat. I want more funding to finish this boat. But it's totally... No, I just got a little drip right here, and it's just... This is the upper deck anyway. I spill shit on it, and there's little drains on the side for my air cooler to drain moisture out. And so, you know, and for stove spills, it's set up to spill stuff there, and it's not a big deal. It doesn't get in my bed down here. So that drip right there, everything from here back above my head is all covered with panels, and everything from there forward is all covered in panels. It's just this spot in between that I haven't built the hatch yet, and it's like, it's no biggie. The tarps aren't really here to keep me dry. That's what these roofs are for. The tarps are just there more to like drain it off the side so it doesn't hit the water and splash back in. And it's also shade when it's hot. See if those little snappers have come back. I don't see them. Just a little baby minnows. Little tiny. Little, oh, there's one. There's one big, oh, there's a couple of them. They're here. Oh, there's a big one. He's almost big enough to harvest. I think snapper, like the gray snapper, got to be 8 inches. It's either 8 or 10, I forget. And welcome back, Donald. The red snapper got to be like 13 minimum or something. I'd have to look it up before I even try to harvest them. But like I said, I'm not going to harvest any fish in this cove because it's not fair. These fish are used to me. They wouldn't be sporting. I'll go out and around the corner where none of the fish know me and catch some fish. Or if I do catch a fish in this cove, it would be one of the transient ones that pass through all the time that they don't know me either. You know, they wouldn't associate me as a safe zone. But I'm not gonna be that unsporting about catching a fish unless I'm starving. You know, if I was starving in a survival situation and not just a little way from shore or in a grocery store, you know, I would. No, there's plenty around here. I don't need to break the rules to eat. I also, you know, just because it's legal, don't mean I'll do it. There's some things that might be legal, but don't really walk my moral code. Especially when it comes to hunting and fishing. Like, I believe all the animals deserve mercy and to be treated with respect for their life, even if it's a fish you're catching and gutting. You know, I don't say a prayer to any particular god, but I do take a moment to honor their spirit when they pass and thank them and just acknowledge that I'm taking a life to eat. That's part of the circle of life, but it just shouldn't be done lightly. And even the bait fish that you put on the hook, you know, that's a horrible thing you're doing to a living creature. You're like, oh, you got this little fish, but he's not big enough, so you use him, put him on a hook, injure him, and he's got a shortened life now, just so you can, in hopes of catching a bigger fish. It's kind of, it's not against my morals to do it, but recognize when you go out there fishing like that, you're not just killing a fish, you're killing all the bait that it took to catch it. And I think, man, it's just so much more peaceful if I can just go throw the net on one fish and I got the fish I want, let the others go. And there's no trauma, it's real quick. I bring them on the boat and chop them up quick. You know, I love spear fishing for the same reason. I've never accidentally hooked the wrong fish. You know, if I put a mask and fins, a snorkel, and take a spear and I go down to the reef and I find the fish I want to eat. And I've never accidentally shot a fish that I didn't want to eat. You know, with a hook and line, you may or may not catch what you're after, and it may or may not be big enough, or it may or may not be a keeper. You know, there's all kinds of factors involved in whether or not you're, how many fish do you got to kill to get that one that you can keep that's good to eat. That, you know, when you take a spear down there, you know, like, okay, you catch your fish, you got these special hooks that are designed not to kill the fish, and you try to get the fish off the hook real quick because it's not the kind you're supposed to keep. And you try to put it back in the water and maybe resuscitate it, make sure it's like swims away real good. But it doesn't always. Sometimes you accidentally catch a fish you didn't want to catch, and it's a good fish, it deserves to live, but it just doesn't make it through the trauma of being hooked and pulled out of the water and getting off the hook quick enough to get it back in the water. You know, you don't have any of that when you spear fish. It's not a guessing game. It's just you go down there and you look around, and if you don't see the kind of fish you're after, you go somewhere else. You know, and you almost always, even if you don't see what you're after, you still see some beautiful scenery down there, and it's worth going down there even if you don't catch a fish. It's still a beautiful experience, you know. But yeah, a cast net is a good thing to have in the arsenal. If you could. When I backpacked around the country, I couldn't carry a cast net. Like, you could carry a gill net easily, but a cast net's just too heavy to carry in a backpack and be practical. It's just not worth the weight. Like, you could carry one with detachable weights, and then maybe like find rocks that you could add to the base and use it with rocks rather than weights, so that you could get rid of the rocks and replace them when you get somewhere. But you definitely don't want to be walking around carrying, you know, that extra 40 pounds just in case you find a good fishing hole. But and also, like, fishing gear, like for a spearfish, it's pain enough. It's a pain enough to carry your fins and snorkel and mask. You know, it's not really worth it to carry a Hawaiian sling, especially if you're going to an island. Well, it's not so much that it's heavy, but you know, the sling, cast net's heavy, but a Hawaiian sling, it's more about it's big and bulky, and it's cumbersome when you're just wandering. It does make a good spear for in the woods for defense too, or maybe gigging frogs or something. But you know, small lizards, you could probably use it as a hunting tool. It's not really a great walking stick, but I find it more practical just to carry some rubber, some of the rubber tubing to make a spear gun. And most of these islands in Florida, you know, You can find a stick that you could carve into a decent spear, make a 3-prong on the end. And it may not go as well as that good fiberglass pole that you got at at West Marine, but it'll still serve. You get some fish. The hard part is that rubber tubing. That's hard to just makeshift out in the woods. you know, Unless you happen to have a spot where there's a bunch of rubber trees and a sulfur deposit and a refinery where you can make a rubber refinery. I like the slingshot style, sling bow. Those are pretty good. They're compact. The problem with the rubber, honestly, I kind of prefer a bow over a sling. A slingshot's more compact and easy to carry, but that's more of a short-term survival tool. Because those rubber stretchies only last so long, and they only go through so much weather. A little bit of the wrong chemical gets on it or solvent, and bam, they just melt. And it's something that's hard to replace in the woods, out of nature. And whereas a bow and arrow, you can make a bow. It doesn't have to be all that great. It doesn't have to be seasoned. A seasoned bow will last longer before it breaks, and an unseasoned bow is more likely to break on you. So you don't generally use them for very long. As they start drying out, you got to make a new one, because that one's going to crack, and you don't want to use it till it breaks because it'll hurt. But you can make a bowstring out of sinew or plant material. It's really hard to make a rubber strap. I'm not going to say impossible, because in the right environment, it's totally possible to make rubber out of nature. It's a complicated recipe. It's some pretty strange chemistry and some pretty specialized plant you got to find, and it takes a lot of time. And it just makes more sense to master the recurve or just a regular a kid's bow. It doesn't have to be something special. It just needs to shoot a squirrel, or a raccoon or hedgehog, prairie, not hedgehog. I don't think I would ever shoot a hedgehog. There's just not even enough meat to make it worth it. I meant to say porcupine. They're good game for one person in the woods. When you think survival, you really got to think there's different types. Like there's survival in the urban environment, there's a suburban survival, there's the escape and evasion survival, there's the get out of the wilderness and back to society self-rescue survival, and then there's the what happens if there's a big natural disaster survival. That's like your city, your state, your whole state might be out of power, water, and food supply and everything for maybe a month or two. That kind of survival. And then there's the whole system collapse survival, where they're never going to reopen any stores anywhere ever. And you and whoever you can get together are on your own, figure it out kind of thing. It's a whole different thing. Like those guys that want to go up in the woods and just live for the rest of their life. It's totally possible to do if you have a lifetime of skills and preparation. But you're not going to you're only gonna barely make it. That's subsisting. You're not really living. You're just getting by. But then you take a group of say 5 or 10 people that work well together and can get along out in the woods. You can build a whole village and come back in a year, and those people will have a society built. It might have some babies on the way. You know? But it really to have fun really off grid, you really need more than just one person. Otherwise, there's just too much work for one person to do all the work that's needed and really have fun or have time to do the extra projects to improve things, you know? Like, okay, doing this task it's there. Resources we need to survive are there, but man, it'd be so much easier if we built this thing. Only we don't have any time to build it because there's nobody with any free time, you know? Like, you get a group of 15 and somebody has a great idea, then 2-3 people work on it while the rest are working on the daily needs, and it comes together, you know? Yeah, one person, you might go out in a day and set some traps, and at night spend all night making nets, and then you might run a net and some traps and do a little hunting. But you know, who's doing the cultivating, the gathering? Who's planting the seeds and making a harvest? You know, there's so much to do. There's so much. Who's making the clothes? Who's fixing the camp up? You know, there's so much more you could do with a few people working together. And one guy going out hunting can hunt one guy, or he might hunt for 10. You know, 2 people can go out and catch enough meat for 10 people to eat all week. But you need 3 people at camp building a meat preservation station, you know, because otherwise you're going to come back with 300 pounds of meat and it'll spoil in the first 2 days. And then you're back to square one. You see, there's no point in catching that big buck and taking it down for all 10 people in the camp if you have no way to preserve that meat. You might as well get 2 or 3 raccoons and some fish and some berries. You know, it's like the teamwork is really what makes it go from survival to building a village and really enjoying it. Even having a nice garden in the village, some vegetables growing, and maybe a little bit of livestock, or you know, you get some wild pigs and you domesticate them, and you know, a couple of years into it, you know what crops grow where and how things, you know, you got grain storage, you've got livestock, you've got food storage, food preservation, you've got somebody tanning leather, somebody, you know, making nets, somebody else fishing, and somebody else hunting and gathering, and they're passing their skills on to each other, sharing knowledge and skills, everybody coming together, you know. One basket weaver can go out into the woods and weave some really amazing baskets, but you know, it doesn't matter if he knows how to do everything else. There's not enough time and energy in a day to do it all. It really does take a team. I think the weather's calmed down enough. I'll try this again. The biggest part of the storm front's passed over, and so the pressure has equalized more. So it shouldn't be coming in sideways. ahead and clear out the view here. Telling you, it'd be nice when I get these hatches all built and I don't need tarps. The boat will look a lot less janky too when I get these hatches built, and it'll look like an actual boat and not some floating raft just kind of drifting up the, look like a legitimate boat. Like it does when I take the tarps off, you can see it's straight up a legitimate sailing trimaran, but it does kind of have a crate looking deck on the front. There we go. Yeah, Don, I've often thought this YouTube channel is just me, kind of documenting my journey. I'm not trying to get famous doing this or anything. I'm not trying to get monetized. If I did, that'd be cool. If somebody decided to make a show of it, that'd be cool. But I'd still want to start a new YouTube channel just for that show and keep this one separate. Maybe move my viewers over, but man, I could get so much better footage if I had somebody else, just towing behind me while I'm sailing, running the camera. I can't tell you how many good shots I missed because I was too busy flying the boat or, cooking or whatever I was doing and just didn't have hands free to operate the camera. Or just here, I'm doing this thing, and it's just really difficult to show everybody what I'm doing if somebody else were just holding the camera. I don't have Venmo. I got Cash App. Does anybody here know my Cash App link? You could post it, because I'm on a mobile. I can't type in the room. If you could type it up, I could pin it. Is any of my mods here? No, neither mod is here. I think I bored them to death. If you type out $, capital C, and Captain, and then capital H for Howie, with no spaces in between. If you could type that in the screen, I'll pin it up. And then if somebody wants to send some money that way, they can. But I don't really, if somebody sends money to my Cash App for the YouTube, I try to see what they want me to use the money for, But $, Captain Howie, capital C for Captain and capital H for Howie, no spaces. HOWIE for Howie. And then you could put like a couple spaces and, well, I don't know, it's already understood. Peace. There it is. Thank you, Susan. There's my link if anybody wants to donate to my cause. Right now, any money sent, straight up, it's going to be spent keeping me going because I have no income right now. It's going to be spent on probably food and smokes. I mean, unless you have a specific thing you want. I gotta check it all because, I got a weight limit here. I can't have things on the boat that I don't have room or weight for, or the power to, you know, like I'm not going to go buy a drill unless it's cordless and I can charge it off the solar. Holy crap, I just downed a whole pound of bacon. I can't show you around right now, it's a huge mess. I got all these projects half done and a big ass mess all over the deck. Laundry everywhere. Now I've been here doing so much work out on land every day that I barely spend any time here working on the boat. And when I do, I'm doing some new construction on it, and I'm just making a bigger mess until I get all the scraps out and back to shore. So I'm not trying to show off my mess right now. I'll show it all. I'll make a video of the whole tour once this construction is done on the top half. Like I showed the day I launched when it was all new and the hull was fresh, and first day dipping it in the water. And then I showed it when I showed the decking that I built out of scraps that I found along the way and added to it, and then I stripped that off. And you know, like each time I get a big change in the boat, I'll show. I also got a new sailing rig too, so I'm gonna have to show that off once I put this canopy back together and everything. When I get ready to sail out of here, I gotta redo all the rigging on the boat, because I started out with a little sloop rig, and then I just got another. I had a custom mast built when I was in Central Florida. Actually, when I first launched, I had the extra mast already on board. I just hadn't installed it anywhere yet. So, I got the other 50 watts of solar put up. I got another battery bank being built. So I'm doing things gradually as I get money together. It's like 20 here and 20 there. You know, like it's just work all week and get through, and just try to make enough to get through the weekend and have some leftover money. And when I do that, then I spend that money on a project. But I showed how I scrapped a bunch of old thermoelectric coolers and put together a little air chiller on the boat, and it's, you know, it pulls a lot of power off my batteries, and I don't have enough solar and batteries to run it all day and night yet. But it does chill the boat. When it's freaking 90 degrees in here, it brings it down to 60. Or at least not 60. When it's 90 in here, it only brings it down to about 70 down inside the boat. And then, you know, about 20-30 degrees cooler in the boat than outside when I turn that unit on. So it's not super efficient, but yeah, one of these days I'll find something to scrap a little air compressor out of, and I'll start building a compressed gas chilling system that'll run on 12 bolts and use less power than a damn Peltier module, and it'd be a lot quicker and better cooling. Like I could probably scavenge the parts out of a little ice maker or something. You know, essentially I need a little super mini air compressor pump that's 12 bolt. Runs on very low wattage. I need a super low wattage, like a brushless type of air compressor that runs on 12 volt. And then from that, I would like to really show how I build that, because that would be an interesting thing to teach people. You know, it's one of those things that, hey, if everybody understood the basics of how refrigeration works, they could build their own efficient cooling systems at home. Or you could take the cooling system you have in your home and upgrade it without spending hundreds of thousands of dollars paying someone to do it. You know, there's a way to take that window shaker or even the central AC in your house and make it much more efficient just by adding a water cooling element to the compression coil, water cooling the compression coil with a heat exchanger, and then running that coolant, that water, heat exchange down like 3 feet into the ground or lower through some apex tubing. You let it run down 3 feet below the ground. The further, the bigger the coil you can run underground for as long as you can get it, as many coils as you can get, and cycle glycol through it like radiator fluid. Cycle that through around the coil that's on the outside of your house, the one that gets hot outside. That's the one you want to cool with water, and cycle that water coolant through the ground. And I say use glycol because glycol it doesn't freeze, and it's less likely to boil, and it has a little bit of lubricant to keep your pump smooth, you know, keep it running smooth, so your pump parts don't rust so quick. But anyway, you know, it costs you several $100s and a lot of work and labor to build something like that, but it would take about 40% of the energy consumption off of that machine. So your machine will run and cool the house much faster, and drain about 40% less energy doing it, which that's going to save you a lot of money over the years, especially in the coming years where shit's getting hot. And electricity, the price of electricity is about to skyrocket all over the country. Mark my words. They're shutting down entire cities to power these data centers. You know, and pretty soon water's next, and then they're going to want to charge you for our air to breathe. You know, so it behooves us all to start learning how to be more self-sufficient. And even if you're going to stay on the grid, or you have to by law, at least learn how to maximize the energy use that you're getting off the grid. Like how to minimize the use and maximize what you're getting from it. Because these companies ain't made to maximize your, you know, they're not designing their products to minimize energy consumption. Yeah, for me, survival isn't really so much a learning experience, as I've been pretty much in survival mode most of my life. You know? I've spent, if I wasn't working on a job site doing some crazy shit, I was traveling across the country out of a backpack doing some crazy shit. So I've probably spent more time alone in the wilderness than just about anybody you've ever met. I never really got lost and alone in the wilderness where I needed help getting out. It was more of like I just went out in the wilderness, and like it was more a matter of, oh, I found some people out here that need help finding their way out of the woods. You know? Oh, I found a lot of lost souls out in the woods and up in the mountains, and I didn't find any lost souls in the desert. Those people either stayed on the highway, stayed with help, or they didn't make it. But you don't generally find them lost because they don't make it very far. Oh, I got some fish action out there. The boat will swing her back around the other way in a few minutes. It sucks when it swings this way and you can't see the water, and then that's when the fish or alligators come out or pass through. And a manatee, occasionally a manatee will come through here, or a shark, and it's pretty shallow, so I usually can see them. Oh, me, I'm 53. Don Smith, when were you last enlisted? You say you're retired Navy. I'm just curious because 90. Oh, okay, wow. So that was a ways back. That was before the Gulf War. Okay. Respect. So you retired right before all that frickin' Halliburton and Enron bullshit in Iraq happened. Good timing. Desert Storm, yeah. You retired right before Desert Storm, didn't you? Because I thought Desert Storm was like 91. It was 90, 91, wasn't it? Yeah, that's what I thought. I was going to enlist right when I graduated. I graduated in 91. And I was going to enlist, but man, they started talking all that shit about WMDs in Iraq, and then, dude, we all knew that was bullshit. We all knew that was George Bush drilling oil out of a country he wasn't, and we all knew that his father was the one funding the same military he was planning to attack. And it's like, God damn, dude, what is this George Orwell shit going on here? And I was like, nah, man, I'm not gonna join that, because I didn't feel like I was fighting for freedom. I was fighting for American interest. I was fighting for his freaking oil fields, against the interests of the people, for the ultra wealthy, especially when they took down the trade towers. It's like, whoa. They took out the trade towers just for an excuse to go to war and to hide his freaking financial crimes. And then blamed it on the enemy so that they could go steal their oil. And freaking damn, dude. And then all of a sudden, whoa, we're in Afghanistan. Nobody even explained why. We just flipped from Iraq to Afghanistan and like bomb a few other countries. Like, damn, dude. Like, nobody even told us why. Yeah, I'm glad I didn't take that route, because I don't know, man. Once you enlist, you don't have a choice. As a civilian, I'm still free to express my unhappiness with the government. You know? And as a soldier, the more you know, the less you can say. And you know, saying the truth becomes treason if you know too much. You know, and then, oh, yeah, I mean, if you're in war and you're being ordered to do something unconscionable and you say no, your commanding officer is within his rights to take you out on the spot. Like summary execution on the spot is legal during war. And I just didn't want to join willingly when I knew our country's leaders were so goddamn corrupt that they were going to send us to a war that was unjust. So I'm glad that I kind of saw that for what it was just in time. But let me tell you, it was close. It was just in time because I was ready to go tear some shit up. I even went down, I actually went to the MEP station and took the ASVAB and all that jazz. But I never enlisted. Let me tell you what though, that was a mistake, because as soon as I took that, they gave me the hardest test they have. You know, they got like 5 ASVABs, right? They gave me the red packet, and I scored higher than they had ever seen. And so I had every damn recruiter in the county and every freaking branch of the military freaking hounding me. After that, they like all hounded me. Yeah. What was your MOS after AIT? Well, I don't know what the Navy terms are. Advanced Individual Training in Army was AIT after basic, you know, like then you get your operating station. But like I wouldn't know the code. You tell me the actual like wording for it and I might have an idea of what you did. I don't even know exactly how the ranking goes in the Navy. I know, like, I should know that because I'm a sailor, but I don't. I know it goes captain to admiral, and, like, as far as downhill from there, I don't know. You got your email license? That's funny. So you were a cleric? Yeah, that's the other thing. They probably would have, like, you know, it wouldn't matter. I could score the highest on the hardest test and they'd still make me a freaking ground pounder. You know how they are. Okay. Okay. Cool. Gory, but cool. I mean, only thing is our EMTs don't necessarily get to go out on the battlefield wearing the Red Cross and claiming that they're not a combatant, because, you know, I don't know how you did back then, but from what I hear now, it's like, you know, pretty much there's a medic there who's got more individual advanced training in medical, but he's also a rifleman. You know, like he's not going out into the field just like, you know, where back in World War II and shit, it was illegal according to the Geneva Convention, you weren't supposed to shoot the guy with the red cross because he didn't have a rifle, you know? Like, you know, and sometimes those guys on the battlefield in certain situations, the enemy might even honor that and allow you to collect your injured and shit, you know? They don't really play war like that anymore. Like, everybody out there is, you know, even the logistics guys, they're all targets. They're all legit targets, man. The battle lines are a lot more spread. You know, it's not so well defined anymore where the battle lines are. Yeah, yeah, that's what I figured. I mean, you know, that's what the FMJs were made for. They're made so that you injure your target rather than kill him, so that it takes two of his buddies to carry him, and then you got three targets. So yeah, you can make all the rules you want in war, but really, if both sides don't honor the rules, then they're not really much good. Because really is no rules per se. There's just agreements that they might or might not keep. Man. Oh. No, looks like the rain's done. You know, sometimes I think I should have freaking gotten a commercial trucking or CDL and gone for the trucking industry. So I could have traveled around a lot, and I don't know. This is something I never got into. Let's see. I thought I was gonna be an engineering technician, and I was gonna invent something to save the world from global warming. And I was gonna create the greatest, latest, new, most efficient energy system. And then I found out that you're not allowed to do that kind of thing. Alrighty. Ooh, I got a lot of rain in the boat. So, to give you a look at my project here, I'm building a water catchment system, which is also going to double as a dry dock. This is just scrap that I was taking copper from, and I want to use that for an expansion coil. If I ever build a compressed gas cooling system, that'll be my expansion coil. This is going to be the aluminum ductwork for my cooling duct. I've already built it out of foam, but I want to build it out of metal and then use foam insulation so it's more efficient. There's my masts and booms. I got two masts. One drops into a hole there, and then the other one drops into a hole here. I got to take the tarps down to sail though. And There's some video, some old video of, this is the water skipper that I sailed across Biscayne Bay. I had a bigger deck here, and I had a mast and boom there, and a little sloop rig, sailing rig. And me and my dog sailed this canoe with no motor, just paddles and sails for 200 miles from Hollywood to Key Largo, and then up to West Palm Beach, where we hauled out there. And dog got rehomed there, and then I started building the hammerhead here. I'm gonna get in here and bail some water out, because man, that's a lot of water in just a couple hours. Holy moly. I gotta get ahead of that. It could rain again later. Ooh. Oh, wow. Yeah. It's a good thing I got some weight in here. Ballast. Or this would be impossible to stand up in here. I'd be flipping over. Canoe's a lot more stable because I got all this weight in here at the bottom down center. Now, I keep a lot of cigarette butts in here, so I got to be careful to get the trash toward the front. Make sure I don't throw any plastics or inorganics before I bail it out. If you're going to be doing something like this, make sure you get these things out of the water that you're bailing. You know, you sit at one end. It's not that hard to do. Just take a minute. You sit at one end, all the water comes down, you get the trash out, throw it to the front, and then scoop the water from the back, and whatever leaves and stuff are fine. You know, I'm not gonna throw that out just because that can hit somebody's propeller and mess their motor up. You know, there's enough floaties, natural floaties. I don't need to add to it with scrap lumber. You know, just keep an eye out as the water's flowing from the front to the back when you're bailing out. You're gonna, you know, if you're like me, you're a smoker and you don't litter, there's gonna be an occasional cigarette butt that makes its way down here. A little piece of trash, and just throw it up to the dry spot in the front where you can take it to shore and dump it in the trash later. Yeah, when I shift my weight back here, there's gonna be a bunch more of that. Here we go. Empty wrappers. You know, people don't think a cigarette butt does much damage to the environment, but you'd be surprised at how many fish are caught that died of unnatural causes, and you open them up and there's cigarette butts in their gut. And they say that's actually the #1 trash being thrown at the bottom, that's ending up at the bottom of the ocean, is cigarette butts. It's because it's such a small thing that people don't think much of it, and so everybody tosses them, all the smokers out there. And you think, well, a fish would never eat that. But let me tell you, you take this thing and you put it at the bottom of the ocean for a couple weeks, and then it starts growing moss and algae on it, and maybe some barnacles forming. And then when a fish bites that, it tastes like a nice, juicy, squishy worm to them. It doesn't taste like a cigarette butt anymore. It tastes like the muck at the bottom. And that, not just carp, but actual worm-eating fish will think that that's a nice, fat, juicy worm because it's squishy like a worm. Has the texture of a worm. And after it's been sitting for a few weeks at the bottom getting muck and slime on it, it tastes to them like a worm, and they'll eat it, and it kills them. So, you know, I don't know. I was talking to a friend one day, and he caught me throwing a cigarette butt And I had never thought of it really. Been around a lot of sailors that threw their cigarette butts, and he's like, man, you seem like somebody that's really conscientious of the environment. Why are you throwing butts in the water? And I was like, I thought about it. I was like, and I don't know, I probably made some stupid excuse up in the moment, but I thought about it and decided, it's not that hard to just not do that. And I quit doing it. Started being more conscious of every time I light a cigarette, thinking, where am I going to put this thing out? Pinch off the fire, keep the butt. I got a back pocket full of cigarette butts. You see how the water looks dark, but you don't see a bunch of trash floating in it. It's actually pretty clear. It's just black at the bottom because it's a swamp. It's blackish. Oh, there's another butt and a wrapper. Well, in the military, all the soldiers, from what I imagine, most soldiers don't really dig smoking much, but the ones that do, they got to learn right away to field dress your cigarettes. Just if for no other reason than you're not leaving a bunch of butts behind as just one more thing for your enemy to track you. Let's see what kind of cigarettes the enemy smokes and how often he smokes, where does he go to take a break. You don't want to be forming any kind of habits that your enemy can be studying. Right. That goes along with just anti-tracking skills. Like a guy in the forest being tracked or hunted by other people or animals. You don't want to, the less you leave behind, the better off you are as far as leaving trails of clues. Smoking becomes a big liability if you're behind enemy lines. You're putting up smoke signals and lighting bright signals in the bush at night, letting everyone know where you are, putting off a smell that everyone who don't smoke can smell from a distance. You're pretty much marking yourself. Many a sniper has taken a soldier out just aiming a little bit below that fire cherry at night. Yep, they know when that cherry glows bright, he's hitting it, and that tells him exactly where his lips are. Whoever's out there looking from a mile away can see that glow when you inhale through the cigarette, and it brightens up the glow, and that's just a signal saying, okay, this is right in his face. Now you know right where his position is, and you aim just a little bit over and down, and bam, that's the center mass. You don't even have to see your target. Yeah. Plus, sure, it might help you relieve some stress in a stressful situation, that smoking habit, but you're also killing your lung capacity and making it harder for you to run long distances. You're killing your chi. And do you really want to get winded when you're running for your life? You know, probably not. It's probably not the best thing for a soldier to do a lot of smoking. Because, you know, like you might have to run for your life at some point. And the difference in whether you smoke or not is the difference in whether you get winded or you get away. That's good enough. At least that way, if it rains tonight, I can sleep easy. I don't have to worry about this sinking and all this shit going in the water. So, from outside view, there's my kitchen setup and the little stove top. And behind it, you see like a white styrofoam duct with some silver tape on it. That's the duct. That's the prototype for the cooler on that side. I'm going to take the metal duct here and make an exact copy of it on the left side. Yeah, with a couple adjustments because I built that to test and see how it works. And I've got some better ideas. I'm pretty much the same thing. Long story short. Yes, it's messy. But just show you the outside view of it. It's but look at this canoe, is so stable. I can stand on it and wiggle it around and dance a jig on the deck and it not flip. So look at my surroundings. I'm surrounded by these 7-8 foot tall ferns growing up out of salt water. Some mangroves. Over here on the corner is a crabapple tree. What they call swamp pears or crocodile pears or whatever they call them. They got a bunch of different names for them. There's a few of those growing around. There's sea grapes near shore and on some of these shores, not in this immediate area, but there are sea grapes in the area, and there's also wild coffee growing in this area. There's actually quite a few wild resources. Man, I need to get these lines stowed away out of the sun. They're getting weathered. Let me see. This is I got some dive gear in this bucket, I think. Oh, toilet paper. That's my dry bucket to keep toilet paper dry. I'll keep my dock lines. These are lines for the sailing rigging. So keep those in there. Some netting. Oh, shoot. I lost the screw. It's okay, that'll rust into dust within a week. Shouldn't hurt anything. It's not a good thing, but yeah, okay, good enough. I want to get that anchor out of that bucket too. It's filling up with rust. I shouldn't have a bucket under this thing. Oh, what in the hell? Alright, I'm going to have to take that to shore because I don't want to empty it out here. I don't know what all's in it. Might have something, I don't know. Okay. In fact, what I'll do is get that out of the rain so it's not spilling in the waterway. It looks oily. I might have like a greasy tool in there or something. I gotta make sure I'm not dumping a bunch of toxins in the waterway. I'll just put that under that tarp. Run it through some waste catchment, and then I can take it to an oil disposal. I gotta get rid of some old oil up here anyway, so I know just a spot. I know a place in town where this guy runs a little shop, and he's got a little oil spot. He'll let me throw my little bit of oil in there. He really just runs a mechanic and tire shop, but it's enough for him to have a little oil disposal station there that I can make use of. That brown thing there is water sealant. When I get a dry enough day, I'm going to take a bucket and take the curtains in here, the canvas that I have, and dip them in that, and that's like a rubberizing agent, and then lay them up here to dry. It's been raining too often, too early lately. Don't have time to treat it, coat it, and lay it out to dry before it rains again. But that's one of the projects. Ooh, what do I got? A traveler spider, huntsman spider? What? He's belly up. Dang it. Oh, you can't see him. I thought I had another huntsman spider. I had a big 4-inch spider in here for about a month, keeping me company. He was eating bugs for me. But then he went overboard one day. That guy. Oh, he's still alive. Hold on. He's still alive. Here, buddy. Grab on. Grab on. There we go. No, not up here. There you go. All right, here, I'll let you go on the deck here. There, I don't want him crawling up to my hand, but give him somewhere to crawl out of the fish so they don't eat him. All right, he looks pretty tired. I don't know if you can see him there, but he's laid flat out on those tubes. Oh no, it's fine to eat those apples. The swamp apples, when you can eat them when they're ripe. You can eat the sea grapes too. And that one's not that big, not as big as the one I had up here. But he might not make it. At least he has a chance there. He can relax and rest. It might just be so cold right now that he's going into, being wet and with the rain and its sun going down a little bit, it might take him a minute to just get warm back up. See, spiders their legs don't move by muscles contracting and expanding like we do. They move by hydraulic pressure. And if they don't have their pressure up, their legs can't work. And that's like he was struggling there. Get you guys hooked back up. No, you're thinking of the manchineel tree, and we do have manchineel trees in this area, and they are deadly. The smallest little amount of any part of that tree gets in your mouth and you're done for, and there's no cure. It's probably the most deadly toxin I believe it's the most deadly plant in the world, or at least among the top deadliest. The manchineel tree, which they look like little green apples. Now these are more shaped like, almost like they're more pear-like shaped, but I forget the scientific name for them. Don't play around with edibles in Florida if you really don't know how to identify them correctly. Don't mess around, because there are some things that will fool you, and there's a lot of deadly stuff in Florida. From plants to animals to mushrooms to insects. There's some stuff out here that's got some nasty bite to it. Yeah, the spiders aren't too bad here in Florida. I mean, some of them are deadly, yeah, but not really. Deadly is relative. Like, if you're out in the wilderness and can't get to first aid, you can't get to a hospital within a week, then yeah. But if you're within a couple days of a hospital and you're not really highly reactive, then even the deadliest, like even a brown recluse bite, I got a couple brown recluse bites. Well, yeah, if you get bit by a brown recluse, how could you get bit and not know it? Like, why wouldn't you go to the hospital? Man, I got a scar on the back of my leg that looks about looks like about the same size scar you would get from a bullet wound from a .38 caliber or something similar, except there's no exit out the front, because it burrowed down into my calf muscle instead of out the front. But I had to get a little surgery and get like 7 foot of gauze stuffed into my leg and leave it draining for several weeks. It was bad. I'm trying to see if I can, here, let me see. Okay, but so you know, I got bit. I've been bit multiple times by brown recluses, and this is the only time I ever had to have surgery. Usually I handled it myself. And I don't want to get into what I did, because I don't want to make it sound like I'm recommending other people do it. It's not really advisable. But yeah, like I said, they had to stuff 7 feet of gauze into my leg from the back of my thigh down into my calf through a hole. Let me see if I can show you guys without putting on a show the scar. This hole, I don't know if you can see that, but it's about the size of a .38 caliber hole. I'm kind of got it stretched out here, so it's not really that big when I let go, but it's pretty. It burrowed through that muscle down to here. I had necrotic flesh all the way down to here from up here. So that's from a little bitty brown recluse. They are no joke. But that's because I left it untreated for 3 days before I realized the bite was there. See, I saw the bite on my ankle and I treated it and it was fine, but I didn't see the one on the back of my leg, and by the time I realized it was there and it was too awkward to reach it myself, it was already so far gone. There was no fixing it myself. I had to go freaking lay on a table and get someone else to do it. Let me see. I didn't understand that post. I don't know why YouTube flagged it, whatever it was. But yeah, the thing I'm getting at is if you recognize it for what it is and you treat it properly, it's something that can be treated on the spot without necessarily any like conventional medicine. Like it's just a matter of sterilizing that wound and getting enough of it out that see it's not the venom that causes it. It's actually a bacteria that they carry that causes necrotizing flesh. And the venom, your body actually, most people just absorb the venom of the brown recluse. Like it does make you a little stiff and a little sick from it, but it's more like your body absorbs that. It's the bacteria that gets into the wound and necrotizes the flesh and starts. No, I actually had to gouge it out. I had to sterilize some sharp instrument, actually a couple sharp instruments, and I had to gouge out the wound. And then I put some alcohol in it. But like I said, this was same day treatment. Well, next day treatment. It was like happened that afternoon, treated it next morning, kind of thing. But no anesthesia. Just it doesn't hurt that bad to cut your tissue if it's a really sharp instrument. If it's really sharp and sterile, it really doesn't hurt that bad. It's like leaving it untreated hurts a lot worse. I mean, I've done little minor surgeries on myself a few times. Yeah, and like that, the one that where they gouged out my leg and drained it. They left it to drain. They put 2 stitches on either side of the drain, and I was supposed to go back in and have those cut out. And I was like, why? Like, I don't need help with that. So I cut the stitches out myself and pulled the gauze out myself, and then patched up the wound and just kept an eye on it, kept dressing it. And I mean, I was already on the antibiotics, so all I had to do was make sure that it was draining and stayed sterile. Oh God, not again. Yeah, I mean, I could reach it to pull the gauze out, and I just took it out little by little. At first I took the stitches out, and then just, like, I would just pull on it until it hurt too much to take any more out, and then snip off that end so it stayed sterile, and bandage the tail of it down so that it stayed outside of the hole, and just have a cigarette, chill out and do it again in a few minutes, and then you got like this, the wound after that has to be packed with sterile gauze, and you got to use something. You can't use loose cotton on that kind of wound. But you don't really need to. Like, it probably maybe wouldn't hurt to use some couple butterflies on it, but like maybe wouldn't have left such a big hole. But I don't know. I've picked glass out of myself. I've set my own bones. I've had dislocated fingers that I just set myself. It's like, why am I gonna? There's no doctor around. If I wait, this is gonna hurt way worse than if I just do it right now. And so that's what you do. Yeah. That's kind of one of the things that comes with living on a farm when you're young. You learn that, certain things you have to learn how to deal with on the spot, because it's more traumatic to wait till you get to the hospital. than it is to just handle it right there on the spot. And so you have to know all that emergency first aid, field dressing wounds. You got to know how to set bones and how to, reset dislocated bones and make makeshift splint and all that stuff. You got to know how to sterilize wounds. You're kidding. That spider just jumped right back in the water and then walked away. And now he's like, he walked on water until he sank. And now the fish are pecking at him. No, I can't help you if you just want to die. I tried. It's sick of me just babbling on. Yeah, thank you, Captain Obvious. Boy, you're an inveritable wealth of useless knowledge, aren't you? I'm out of here. I'm going to go feed myself to the fish. No, this is one of these spiders. He can walk on water, I guess. I didn't really think about that, but I'm more thinking of get him off the water because he was upside down and the fish were looking at eating him. I think he might have gotten eaten. I don't see him over there anymore. Unless he made it up front. I don't know. Oh, there he is. He's over by the freaking outrigger. He's still floating loose, but he's almost where he can reach the outrigger and climb out. That's crazy. Why would he choose to jump back in the water? It just warmed up is why. He probably just warmed up and then got twitchy and dropped out of reflex because his system's kicking back on. I was telling you, his hydraulic pressure dropped to where he couldn't really function. And then when it stopped raining, it started getting muggy and warm. And his hydraulic system spasms when it kicks back in. And that may be what happened. He might be done for. He floated over there under the amas and he's just right there out of range of sight. Let's see, maybe I can get him back on the little plastic tube again. They are good bug catchers. Not my favorite spider to have on board, but yeah, well, he's not doing so good doing the walking on water thing. He seemed to be sinking, and I think he might prefer to just, I think he realizes now, I think maybe he jumped, like he spasmed and then jumped in the water because he saw me looking at him hard. And I think not too sure if he can trust me. It's not like the last one I had on board that kind of had an understanding with me. This one's like, and I don't know, he's a different spider. Same breed, different, but he don't know me like that. I don't know. That's really not a good spot for him either because I come in and out through the boat there. But this is not the web building type of spider. This is the one that runs around looking for the bugs and pounces on them. So I don't think he'll stay in that spot. You know, he'll find a spot where he feels comfortable. Ooh. Get this fan blowing at me. It's getting muggy. It is muggy right now. Let me tell you, I just went from, oh, it's nice and cool to holy sweltering hot. Yep, it's Florida summers, and I got it's July. August, September, October. I got 3 more months of hot weather, at least 2.5 months before it starts to cool off. And sometime in middle to late October, we'll start getting some cooler weather and some cold trends. And then it's like we get that first cold freeze in North Florida. I know that's when the Atlantic is too cold for strong storms to form. And for most of the season, it gets really dry. There's no hurricanes forming. There's occasional storm will pop up in the winter here, but not much. It's usually just a little spatter and goes on, but it's pretty good timing to do your traveling down here in the winter. And yeah, one of my goals eventually, the first major goal is get this boat energy, the amount of energy I'm producing up. The next goal is to, collect my own water on it. Get a rain catchment system so I don't have to get shower water. And, I have more fresh water for dishes and washing clothes in the rainy season without going to shore to get it. The cooling system, the cooking. Man, it would be nice if I can do a lot of that without using fuel. And then the next is to get the boat seaworthy to where it can go offshore in rougher water and handle it. And then the next big phase is to change the entire drive system to something that I don't have to burn gas for. And then I can sell this motor or put it on a different boat. Like maybe I'll build a better dinghy and use this as, I'll probably always keep this as my main and I don't know. I mean, this is a cool boat, but I got some technology I want to build into it to show off some new stuff. And this is really the only type of hull that'll do what I need it to do. Yeah, I'm using the canoe over here at this. I got alongside. I'm using it as a dinghy now. But this is pretty much the main ship here now. I would like to, first of all, I got to get a generator on here, a quiet, portable generator with like 3,000 watts, and then build my little dry dock system. I need to be able to run an AC to pull this up out of the water, independently power it, and run a grinder with the entire thing wrapped in plastic so that I'm not dusting the waterway. And then I can do all this above water work that's done with wood can be stripped out and done with fiberglass, so it's stronger and lighter and don't have any spots that can rot and weaken over time. That means less maintenance and more seaworthy, more weight capacity, more flotation, more displacement, a little bit more displacement. I'm not really going for a lot of displacement. I would really like to keep this hull able to plane, because when I put 20 horses on it, I want it to plane out and be fast enough to do the Great Loop in under a year, because that's the ultimate goal, is to make this into a loop boat. A 15.5 by 8 foot trimaran sailing motor cruiser, micro cruiser. I don't know how to call it, but that's kind of the goal. I need to make it fast enough to do the loop in under a year, because if it don't do the loop in under a year, then it doesn't do what I need it to do. I want to be able to look. The goal is to be able to go up north during the summer when it's hot and muggy and stormy down here, and all the mosquitoes and snakes and alligators are active, and it's just not as fun. Okay? And then I go up there because in the winter up north it's too freaking cold and stormy and snowy, and the waterways are freezing, and you don't want to be up north in the winter. You want to be down in Florida in the winter and up north in the summer. And if I do the loop, I can meet all kinds of cool people, and I can establish some trade routes. I can maybe just carry, a few pounds of like kale in from Illinois and bring it down to Florida, like trade it to somebody that wants some kale in for whatever, some oranges, I don't know. Like, just, hey, this community here, there's these things that they have an excess of, and there's a community up there that has an excess of things that are hard to get down here, and vice versa, and like you just happen to be the person going between. And it's not really to make a living off of, but it can offset the cost of gas getting there. You see what I mean? So yeah, you're not like taking boatloads. You're not breaking any interstate commerce laws. You're just, you know, and nothing illegal. But no, all the states have something that the other states have a hard time getting. You know, and if you're on a trade route where you just happen to be between this state and that, and obviously I'm not going to be bringing like meat and eggs and fish anywhere. I'm not going to be bringing any like anything that goes rotten because I don't have that kind of refrigeration. You know, and nothing illegal because I'm not into like risking my freedom. Yeah, no, my days of running from the cops are over, bro. I'm too old for that shit. You leave that for the young bucks. Uh, you know, I'll tell you what though, there's not to say I won't know where there's this island somewhere where this magic mushroom grows, that where a person who needs to go on a spirit journey could stop and be in a safe environment with, you know, some safety rails on the freaking ship, on the floating island that might fly all the way to the moon and back. You know, like, who's to say I won't have these little spots where I can stop and do something like that, where I'm not really necessarily breaking any laws. I'm just going and consuming what's there that's totally legal to consume, but not legal to necessarily put in a bag and transfer across the state for somebody. You know, like magic mushrooms in a lot of states, it's perfectly legal to go pick and eat them. It's just not legal to put them in a bag and carry them or sell them or, dispense them to others. But yeah, you can go sit out in a cow field and eat the right mushroom and take a trip all the way to the moon without ever putting on a spacesuit. You just want to have the right shaman with you, and like, I'm not advocating for hallucinogenics. I'm saying, actually I'm always telling people don't do it unless it's for the right reasons with the right people in the right environment, because you don't want to be in this. We don't belong in the spirit world. We belong with our feet on the ground here in the physical realm where we are right now. I don't know. I don't feel like that's the kind of thing. It's not like something you should do for recreation. Like if you really must do drugs for recreation, just stick with something basic and simple and time tested, and like doesn't take you too far out. Like the basic herb is fine. I do smoke pot, and I ain't gonna lie. I smoke pot. Um, say coffee and cigarettes are probably my two worst vices. But I'm also not one that's like dead set against, um, it's not for me to decide what medicine belongs to who. Like, if my grandpa doesn't take his heart pill every day, he'll die. But if I take his heart pill every day, I'll die. See, one man's medicine is another's poison. And so, like, everybody's got their different things. Like, some person might be allergic to weed. Like, it might swell their throat up where they can't breathe. In which case, hey, maybe just take a shot or two, a glass of wine, you know, just don't overdo any of it. Whatever you do, don't overdo it, you know. And also, it's good to research whatever you do, whether it be weed or alcohol or even something your doctor prescribed you. You should always research every pill you ever take, every drug you ever try. You should always research it and look into. Don't wait for your doctor to tell you all the details. Look it up and look up different interactions. How does this, your doctor might forget that you're on one drug or another, and this drug might be fine until you mix it with that drug, and then it's like, whoa. And you remind your doctor, oh, should I be taking this while I'm taking that? Don't wait for your doctor. Expect him to remember everything you might or might not be on. Just, he might have a real good answer for combining the two. Maybe that's the exact effect you want, is to combine those two because of your particular situation. You know what I mean? But it's good to research it so you understand what it's doing to your body and what the possible side effects are going to be, what the short term and the long term. You really need to know those things yourself, not just count on your doctor to tell you all the time. I had a friend. Okay, I'll give you an example. When I was a teenager, I was given a certain antibiotic and for a skin condition. And my doctor had the decency to tell me that this antibiotic interacts with your skin, and if you get in too much sunlight, it can cause a rash. And he described the rash. And the reason he told me this is because I was going from Oregon to Florida. And he's prescribing me this drug that gets into your skin and it interacts with the sun. And too much sun, solar radiation, when this is in your system, causes you to break out. And it looks almost like chicken pox. Like all over from head to toe, you'd be broke out in all these sores. So I came to Florida, and I finished out the whole treatment, and I just was careful not to get too much sun while I was being treated, and no big deal. Years went by, never had the problem again. And then one of my friends of the family showed up one day freaking out and needing a ride to the clinic, and had this very same rash that my doctor had described to me. And we're going through, she's over here saying, I can't get chicken pox and I can't get measles. It's not this, it's not that. And it's like, and I just out of the blue, I was like, you know what? Are you taking this, that? And I mentioned that antibiotic. And in fact, I remember it was tetracycline. I said, are you by any chance taking tetracycline? And her jaw dropped. She's like, how did you know? And I said, you went to the beach the other day, right? And like, she was saying she had gone to the beach. And she's going to the beach to try to help her skin clear up. And I'm like, no. Your doctor here in Florida prescribed you tetracycline and didn't tell you to stay out of the sun. That's your problem. Your doctor fucked up. Any doctor in Florida should know better than to just prescribe tetracycline and not warn about the interaction with the sun. Because your basic customer is not going to anticipate that. Most people don't know it. But yeah, she was, and she didn't believe me. She insisted on going to the clinic and this and that. And, she went to the clinic and spent a bunch of money going to see this, a dermatologist. And I told her, when you go in here, make sure you mention that you're on tetracycline. And yeah, sure enough, she came out with the same recommendation I gave her, was to to keep the treatment, but stay out of the sun until you're done with the treatment. Yeah, you'd think a doctor up in Oregon wouldn't be as hip about that as a doctor in Florida, but apparently the doctor up in Oregon, where no one sees the sun except twice a year, the doctor up in Oregon thought to tell me about the sun interaction, where the doctor here in Florida either didn't think of it or just chose not to mention it to her patient. Hey Buster, welcome back. But anyway, yeah, it's a common thing, man. You can't expect every doctor to remember every damn little interaction. You gotta look not just at the inserts, because those inserts are printed by the company that made the drug. You want to look at the actual medical findings. Like, look that drug up on Wikipedia and look up all the interactions. Like, find whatever sources you can find. Look at every source you can find on it. And at least skim through what you don't already know about it. Especially pay attention to interactions and warnings and possible side effects. Common side effects. Don't freak yourself out every time you see possible side effects, because just about every insert says you might die. When you look at the possible side effects, what you're looking at is where somebody got, during the testing phase, got sick from something totally unrelated, and they just attributed it to a possible side effect because somebody who was in the double-blind test happened to get sick of this thing while in this drug test. It could be some really obscure thing that has nothing to do with the drug, but they have to put it in there because it showed up in the double-blind test. That's what I'm saying. Like, just because it says, one of the 2,000 people we tested this on died. Like, it doesn't mean that this drug caused them to die. So, yeah, you don't want to freak yourself out by reading the possible interactions, but at the same time, don't ignore them, because there's a lot of things in there that you're going to, maybe want to avoid this, that, and the third, just to not be that one person that becomes a statistic. Or I'll give you an example. You might have a doctor that decides to tell you to drink a glass of wine every day. And you've been, to keep your blood pressure down because you have clogged arteries or something, and you're getting treated for that, but maybe you got high cholesterol and you're just trying, rather than take a blood thinner or an aspirin, they got you just drinking a glass of wine every day. Okay? Well, then your psych doctor doesn't know about your everyday glass of wine, which has actually evolved into 3 glasses of wine every day. Your psych doctor prescribes you some Xanax. And then maybe one day you got some Valium. Okay? You combine the 3, it stops your heart. Of course, if you combine a little bit of the 3, you can just melt into the couch and feel no pain. But if you're not a high tolerance of any of those things, or you have a low tolerance of any one of those things, and you combine the three, it can stop your heart very easily. And you won't be the first statistic that learned that the hard way. So just little things like that maybe one doctor don't even know you're on the medicine from the other doctor or whatever, or just forgot to study those. He's not specialized in that kind of drug, so he doesn't know. You should know things like, just because your doctor and your nurse are professional trained at giving shots, don't mean you can trust them to get it right every time. Is that a little alligator in here? Or just a floating stick? Yeah, I think that's a little alligator right there. Just chew out, because yeah, see how it's going higher and then sinking under. It may just be a little current with some. It sure looks like ridges on the back. And then he goes under when he sees me staring at him. It's either a bobbing stick floating. Yeah, see how he's going under, hiding? And it looks like it's moving on its own. Like not. That is really hard to tell. I bet if I stood up it'll go all the way under, but then we won't see anything. It seems to get bolder when I look away. Yeah, now it's moving faster than the rest of the leaves. That's... no. Dang, that's so hard to tell. Okay, I see the tail swirling. It could be an iguana. No, that's a baby alligator. That is definitely a baby alligator. He's coming over here to hunt the fish in my area. See him there? He's maybe not even really a foot long. There he is. I don't want to scare him away, but I don't want him eating my fish either. That's part of the nature cycle, I guess. I just gotta let him do his thing. I don't have any scraps from dinner left over, so I'm not worried about. That's one of the things you do not want to throw any food scraps when you see any of those around, because he's gonna get used to the idea of coming to people for food, and then that becomes a problem here. The gators here are just pretty much leave people alone, and you want to keep it that way. You want them to stay afraid of people, and that's yeah, he went under. I've heard of crocs coming up this far north on the west coast, but I haven't seen any. I suppose it could be a crocodilian. I didn't get a close enough look to get a... Yeah, he just went under. You see the ripple. There's my spider friend. Still in the same spot. I don't know if he made it. He's looking pretty rough there. Oh, he's missing 2 legs. Oh man. No wonder he's not doing so hot. I guess them fish didn't let him get away. He got hit by a fish. He's definitely missing 2 legs. He's got 6. Poor guy. He's probably not going to make it. But you never know. I don't know if he can make it after 2 legs have been pulled off. He might end up being fish food. Is that... See, I want the gators to get used to me, and I want them to show themselves, but I want them to just stick to that side of the cove and stay away from this side. I want them to keep a healthy fear of humans. The fish, you know, these fish getting used to me, it's not a big deal because they're not gonna like buddy up to some other fisherman that comes through. You know, they're smart enough to know the difference between me and some other, you know, some other kayaker comes through here fishing, they'll run away from him just like they normally would. You know, but you start feeding an alligator, they'll start going up to any random person looking for food, and then somebody gets bit, or a dog or somebody's little pet gets eaten, or something, somebody's leg gets eaten, and then they got to hunt down the gator, and it's not helping anyone. Plus it's illegal for good reason. Facial recognition. Yep. Yep, they're pretty good at facial recognition. The birds can recognize people too. Like certain birds will be able to tell you apart from other people. Like blackbirds can recognize different people. This is crazy. Crows are so smart and so they have such a complicated language that they can actually get to know you and go back to their flock and describe you to their friends, and their friends will react to you based on how the rumors they've heard of you. Seriously, like if you're mean to a crow, he'll go tell his crow friends, and then even without him coming and leading them back to you, they might attack you, like his friends that heard about you through the grapevine. And same thing and vice versa. If you're kind to a crow, he might be nice to you or bring you gifts, and he might tell his friends, and his friends be nice to you. And without any interceder, I'm talking like just based on this crow went back to the herd, or the what's called a murder, the flock. A flock of crows is called a murder. So he goes back to his murder and he tells the murder about you and describes you to them. And then those birds, without him coming to you, those birds come to you and treat you accordingly. And this has been demonstrated in studies of crows, that they are actually that smart and that able to describe humans and recognize them. Yeah, it's pretty wild. The whole field of animal behavior is just, to me, a fascinating thing. And that's kind of one of the, like, I really like getting out in nature just to study the behavior of animals. Well, folks, well, we got a little action over here. Something stirring the water. No. I think that's just some bubbles on the water, but it's kind of, yeah, almost looks like the ridges of a gator's back in that corner back there, but that's just bubbles floating behind that branch. Oh, I sat up and scared it away. He was getting too close to the canoe. I don't want him getting that comfortable with me. I want him to get comfortable enough to come through and show themselves on camera, but not to where they're coming and checking me out and looking for handouts or something. Had a Florida pike came through here earlier, or actually may have been a barracuda. I didn't even think about that. It looked like either a big pike or a little barracuda. I scared him away too, just because he's over here hunting for the fish that are under my boat. Yeah, I'm probably gonna log out here in a minute anyway. But hey, I was about to say it's past my nap time. I need to sleep off some stress and think about what I'm gonna do tomorrow. And I probably need to just get some sleep early. Get an early start tomorrow. Yeah, looks like we might get another little spatter of rain, but it's all good. I think it's time to watch some sci-fi. Y'all have a good one. Thanks for everybody showing up and your chats, and be good to yourselves and each other. Until next time, signing out.